Good evening, chat. Hello. It's Wednesday night. Do you know where your dog is? My dog is right here getting high. You want another one, Clyde? Huh? Is that good? You know, ever since he realizes USAID funding was getting cut for all his glow ops, Clyde has been really sad lately. So he's just a sad boy. Oh, you want the other one? Here you go, buddy. Anyways, guys, welcome to the show. It's Wednesday night. My name is Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I am an attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area. And tonight we are talking about some stuff that's been brewing for a couple of days. We've been in the middle of the ASAP Rocky trial. And more importantly, we need to see how things were going to play out, because just merely jumping into all the issues with Trump and the TROs and you call it a judicial coup, a lawfare attack on him. We needed some stuff to sort out, because otherwise it's just a bunch of TROs that got filed. And obviously they all say Orange Man bad. And we need to see what the court was going to do. And, the courts kind of did what we kind of thought they do. They've gone along with it. And this really is, and people are screaming it's a constitutional crisis. It really is a constitutional crisis in a way. The courts are staking their credibility on these things. And all it's going to do is undermine the judiciary going forward. That's all this is going to do. I mean, that's the crisis. That's the ultimate crisis here. Is the judiciary going to make a spectacle of itself? Is it going to be clown itself just merely to derail the Orange Man's agenda for 60 to 90 days, if that? Oh, hi, buddy. And am I interrupting you, huh? I'm so sorry, sir. Anyways, that's where we are. That's where we are, chat. That's where we are with this, because that's what we're facing. That's what the judiciary is looking at now. That's the problem we are looking at. That is the issue. Ag is saying the courts have never had credibility. They do. They do have credibility, but they're losing it. These judges are going ahead with these things when they don't have the right to or the ability to. And then that puts Trump in a corner, because now Trump has to act. And the idea that, Trump not responding to the courts is defying them. Well, at some point, if a court issues an order just because it's a court order, does not make it valid. I think that's always something to consider. Because if that's the argument that the left is going to make, we'll get some court orders then. How about that? Well, because that's what it's going to turn into. I'll find a judge somewhere in some district court here in America who will give me what I want. Well, I got a piece of paper from a judge that says it's okay. That's the next step. And I think that's where we're headed. And that's not where we want to go. This idea of district court judges issuing nationwide injunctions, it's not going to end well. We've mentioned this before. Clyde, I got to put you down, Bubba. Because you're new. This is Clyde the dog. He's such a good boy. He likes to say hello. He's a little sad, though. All his USAID money's gone. It's all gone. I know, buddy, but it's okay. You could be a Ukraine shill and have lost all your money, too. That would be really bad. So we're going to have to put you down. All right? Got to pay rent somehow else, buddy. Yes, Clyde is here for the emotional support. But here we go, guys. This is the issue about what does this do for us as a society? Because if that's the game that, I just went somewhere and I got a judge to back me. Is that an Amazon delivery shirt? No. It's a shirt 2.0 got me for Christmas. Thank you very much. No, it's that's the thing I don't think people are truly understanding here. I don't think people are truly understanding what we're looking at. Because, yes, there is a constitutional crisis that's brewing. And it's the idea of these inferior courts, which they are. They're Article 3 courts. They're inferior courts. They're courts created by judicial or legislative mandate. They can be, remember that, chat, every court in America except the Supreme Court of the United States can be swept away by the act of Congress. It's a FedEx shirt. No, it's not. I would never wear one of those if I didn't have to. It's been too long for that. Anyway. And the shirts I had when I worked at FedEx would not fit me anymore. So there you go as well. But we are to the point where all these people who think like this is a crisis, they don't realize they are the coup. They are the crisis. It's very funny. It's very much like when you're watching Valkyrie, when they realize they're the ones behind the coup and they just now figured it out. And I don't think people have truly understood the implications of what they're going to do. But we're going to look at a lot of these court rulings tonight. We're going to look at a couple of different cases. There's a lot of funny stuff that's gone on, especially the case out of Rhode Island where the judge has gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. He's literally cooked himself. The judge has literally got himself all sorts of flustered. The courts everywhere. The idea that they can somehow enjoin the entire executive branch of government from doing things is mind-boggling, and we're seeing this now. We're seeing this. So let's get into it. But first, we got a couple of interesting things to talk about tonight. Yes, the courts can enjoin these nuts. Okay, chat. All right. But yes, Unlawfully Yours says, who will be the next ATF director? I don't know. It's probably not going to be somebody I'm hoping for. Whoever they pick, I'm assuming Pam Bondi's going to have a hand in that, and it's going to be some quasi-glowy person who's not going to be, they're not going to be Steve Dettelbach bad, but they're not going to be good. How about that? How about I phrase it like that? It's going to be bad. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be like they're going to be bad, but not as bad as we've had in the past. How's that for an answer? I think it's a pretty fair answer. So not what you're hoping for. Not what you're hoping for. Not what you're hoping for at all. So that's what'll happen there. And some of you guys are saying, well, what is Congress going to do or what can we do about it? And we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll get to that in a little bit here about what we can do because there are some options. There are some options. There are options we can do here. So let's see. Where are we? Yes, Brandon Herrera would be great, but that's not happening. That is not happening. As much as I'd love to see it. Kayla says, every time I hear you say Pam Bondi, I hear Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi. How about that? And Blaze is saying Brandon Herrera. That'd be great. Once again, that's not happening. As much as I'd love to see that, but we don't even have to have like a girl talk moment. This isn't a red table talk moment. Like, I don't even need you guys to tighten up on me. Like, actually, hold on. I forgot my camera. I could do that kind of stuff now with the new camera controls. Tighten up on me. Tighten up on me. Tighten up on me. Oop, wrong way. Tighten up on me. Oop. There we go. We know that's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen. So let's just get rid of that idea. We know it's not going to happen. So we know it's not going to happen. I don't think it'll be in Brandon Herrera. It won't be. Daniel C says, I love tank building couches. I know. So what's going on with the ATF administrator? It's not like getting done. It's not the priority chart. It's not the priority issue yet. You can see my boogers. Oh, well, I thought it was just your mom could do that. But yes, we do have some interesting updates. The leaderboard, chat. The leaderboard can be updated once again, chat. We have some good news. There was a confirmation today that did happen. Tulsi Gabbard. And it's funny because people are screaming about her being some sort of evil lady and there's bad stuff going on and somehow she works for the Russians, which I've always thought that was funny. If there were those concerns about her security clearance, she's held one in the military now for how long? And they never took it away from her, which you're like, You're like, then why are we so worried? Why are we so worried about her? But we didn't take your security clearance away before. Makes you think. Makes you think, chat, doesn't it? Just a little bit, just a little bit. You guys all simping for Tulsi. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here. I get it. Yeah, great. You know, all that. Yeah, great. She's got an ass and all that on her. But we don't simp here, chat. We don't simp. We don't simp. The only person you need to be simping for is me. People don't like her because she's pretty. That could be it. That could be it. But we do have some updates, chat. So here is the leaderboard as things go right now. Quite a few cabinet members have been appointed and confirmed at this point. We are waiting on some people. But yes, Tulsi Gabbard joins the ranks. She is now the Director of National Intelligence. She is involved in advising the president on intelligence matters as things go. But also Russell Vought was nominated and confirmed to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. Everybody down here so far is involved and is in the game. We also have John Radcliffe, Lee Zeldin. We are waiting on Kash Patel. It sounds like he will get approved, but that's kind of getting all jerked around. And it sounds like RFK will be approved. It's just a matter of time now. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens going forward. But that's where we're going. We're closing in on getting stuff there. It's a lot of whites. Well, I mean, no way he appointed Bob the Tomato as NATO ambassador. No, that's Matthew Whitaker, former assistant attorney general. He was out there cracking skulls in the first Trump administration. So he does have some things there. Let's see here. Mrs. McMahon, yeah, I don't know if she's going to get through, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Sunshine says, I'm still shocked Marco's Secretary of State. Well, I mean, he was part of the Senate, and you know, Marco's not really a Trump guy. Like, I know he kind of says he is, but he's not like these other people. So he's probably more of he's probably more of establishment than anything. So I'm assuming they kind of let that one slide, if I had to let that one slide. Bab says tomorrow for RFK, I think that's the case, but we don't know yet. We don't know for sure. We don't know how things are happening there. Ag says, can we please not confirm the Secretary of Agriculture lady? Not a fan. Well, I don't know. Who do you like? Ag, I'm sorry, your boss is going to suck now, but I don't know. I mean, you should say something. Go blow a whistle. Say she touched you or something. I don't know. Cash is high caste, so I'm told that also makes him white. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing. Tulsi may be hot, but she's also a commie. Well, that's a thing. Her and RFK are both very left-leaning people. But for what they're doing in their own, like, we cut out that little, we draw a little square on the map, and that's their little place to roam. They're safe, and they can be effective. So we'll leave them there. Where's Vince McMahon on the leaderboard? No, I'm sorry, Kimbo. The chairman, Mr. Vincent Kennedy McMahon, is not taking his seat at the cabinet table for Donald John Trump. That's not happening. That is not happening. Sadly, we are not going to see the chairman at this thing here. Bay Shaman saying, have you seen the transcript between Pirate Software's fake lawyer and Mario Cerami over on over Pirate's fake DMCA? Funny stuff. Yes, I have, and I've actually been in touch with Mario. Hopefully we can have him on soon. He's actually done a lot of cool shit. He's been involved with the Alex Jones lawsuit. He represented one of the radio companies that was distributing the show. Hopefully, and I mentioned he was a guest, possibly. Going to try to have him on soon. Because, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff to talk about with that, but just other free speech issues. Mario's super cool. But, yeah, I've been working on that, trying to get him sorted out there. There you go. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. But thank you for the super chat. And then we got other things here. Blaze says, all right, I answer this real quick. Blaze, thank you, Blaze. Hope school's going well for you, man. I know you said your last semester went well, so good luck this semester. Nick and Aaron are in a burning building. Based. Do you A, save Nick? B, save Aaron? C, go to Stoney's with meme? Well, I would do C, but I also I do D, make sure Sonny's not in the building, and then I would do E, C, and D. C, and D. Or maybe I would sit there with a beer and film it. I don't know. That'd be pretty good. Sell it to the Dabbleverse. Oh. Blaze says Sean for Attorney General. Oh my God, you Lord Child, that'd be some interesting times if we got that to happen. That would be. Tim the Tool, good to see you, man. It's been a little while. Hope you're doing well. Says all the games will continue until the Republicans stop playing them. The idea you could share a government with these people is moronic, pretty much. You know, as was once said, in the Iliad. Actually, was it the Iliad? Yeah, hold on. Okay, so that's where I put the Pam Bondi thing. Okay, good. I saved it. I was looking for it. But it's the part where, you know, as Achilles, it is the, you know, it's the Iliad or the Odyssey. No, it's the Iliad because Achilles says it. You know, as he says, there are no covenants between men and lions. And wolves and lambs, or wolves and sheep, can never have an accord. You know, there can be no covenants between us. And that's very true. I've also heard it the other way, and I think I learned it when I was a kid. It was that there are no accords between men and wolves, and then I think it's men and lions, and then wolves and sheep have no accords. Meaning, yes, there's no bread. There's no bread to break, chat. There is no bread to break. They must be shown the boot. They only respond to the boot heel when you kick them. So something to think about. Sometimes it has to be done. Sarah says Pete Hex's speech today, pre the Munich Security Conference today, was kind of glorious. Yes, for all you out there in Salami Ukulele land, there ain't no Ukraine and NATO. No. Suffer. The way you stress the word realistic is they needed a realistic assessment of the battlefield. They do. Reality needs to set in. Benjamin Lewis has been a member for 19 months. Says I started the Art of the Deal audiobook today. Well, that's pretty good. If you just go into I mean, I've actually never read it, but you know, if you read any, you know, kind of like bargaining books and you know, things like that, it's actually like he says nothing that's not already out there. It's just how he presents the information. But yeah, it works. And then Jefferson Post says, here to hang out with my favorite couch. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Marco's been hanging out of the park so far. Yeah, let's see though. So, no, RFK has not been confirmed. That's a thing. He has not been confirmed yet. He's not been confirmed, chat. So, yes, we're just starting. Here we go, and we're getting into the interesting stuff now that's going on. Let's see here. Vince is the Blumpkin czar. And Pirate Software stinks. Yeah, well, dude's got a lot of issues where he talks about like, oh, I caught hackers at DEF CON. He's all full of fucking shit. He fucking lies all the fucking time. You know, like, gotta call me Thor. It's like, no, your name's Jason. No, call me Thor. It's like, okay, Thor. So here we go, chat. It is time to move on to things we get going. And yes, we are going to, Robert, we're going to get to this after we get done because this kind of highlights where things are going to go and things are going to get ruined. Oh, that was Achilles to Hector? Okay, I thought it was Achilles. I wasn't sure if it was Achilles to someone. I'm not, it's been a little while since I've read the classics, chat. But if you've never read the Iliad, you should really read the Iliad. The Iliad is amazing. It's an amazing piece of literature. It is. I just don't know if you guys have never heard it before, if you've never read it, but the opening just opens up with "Sing Goddess, the anger of Achilles, the son of Peleus." Like, it's pretty cool. Like, that's how it starts. Just about Achilles and his anger and his fury. Because it didn't, for some reason, until you mentioned it was Achilles and Hector, I thought it was Achilles and Agamemnon for a second. So, but thank you, P-Dub, for correcting me. The first 3 pages of The Art of the Deal is hilarious. There you go. Yes, there's a clip where his modulator spazzes out. Yeah. So, RFK is going to take away your Mountain Dew. It'll just be healthy Mountain Dew. J-Rock says it correct. Yes. Fool, prate not to me about covenants. There can be no covenants between men and wolves. Men and lions. Wolves and lambs can never be of one mind. There you go. So, but yes, it's a very good read, chat. Very good read. So, Kimbo Nice says Vince should help the EPA manage the sewer systems. Oh God, that's disgusting. Oh. All right, chat. All right, here we go. Let's get started in here. So we have some news on some stuff that's happened. So first of all, Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, went ahead and did a little, what we'd like to call a little bit of trolling out there in the world. Little bit of trolling. A little bit of trolling. It was kind of funny. It was kind of funny what he did. But it does seem to get the point across here. So if you guys did not see this, this is from Pete Hegseth. He put a memorandum together and he renamed Fort Liberty in North Carolina back to Fort Bragg. But because of under federal law now, it cannot be renamed to for General Braxton Bragg. Instead, it was renamed for Private First Class Roland Bragg, a World War II hero who did some pretty gangster stuff. He's a paratrooper in World War II during the Battle of the Bulge. Like he stole a German ambulance and drove his wounded buddies 20 miles to an aid station to a hospital to get him treatment through the lines during the Battle of the Bulge. Did some pretty cool stuff. Guy was pretty tough. Pretty cool story. Yeah, it's discount Fort Bragg. It's discount Fort Bragg. It's like the Fort Bragg. It's like the Fort Bragg we had at home. You never knew they changed it. They changed a lot. Every southern base got changed. So like Fort Hood has been renamed, Fort Jackson, Fort Polk, all the ones in the South have been renamed to different things now. And it's funny because some of you guys are saying, discount Bragg. Yeah, but General Bragg was a real shitty Bragg anyway. He was real shitty as a general, so it's not like you're naming him. But it's like, we don't name anything Fort Grant, Fort Grant, Fort Burnside, we do have Fort Meade, but there's no Fort Grant, which, that'd be a pretty epic one. There's all kinds of things you could do, but we haven't done them. So, but that is an update there. Frosted Chaos is the Battle of the Bulge. Yes, the one in World War II, whereas the Germans tried to shatter the Allied lines and split the American and British forces, and failed pretty bad at it. But I will tell you, if you guys ever want to read it, that's a very interesting story. And I will say, this book behind me, if I can, let me see if it pops up on screen here. You guys can see it. Yes, there you go. Right here, right there. Ardennes, 1944, by Anthony Beevor, is a very phenomenal breakdown of the Battle of the Bulge. It's a very, very well done, very in-depth, very good detail if you ever want to read about it. So, but yes, Fort Bragg is back on the menu, chat. So now we just it's a new and improved Fort Bragg. Yes. And yes, to be honest, Braxton was a horrible general. Yes, he was. There's a Fort Lee. I think that's getting changed. Yes, Google is now labeling it the Gulf of America, which, why can't we rename things? You renamed Other countries have been renamed and reabsorbed and changed. Like, why can't we do it? Why can't we do it? I don't understand the problem with it. You should be allowed to. If we all want to change it, let's change it. Why do we have to accept it? I thought things were living documents. You know, things are changing. We want to find a new name for it, chat. And as we check here, chat, check this out. Whoop-bam. Whoop-bam. Gulf of America. That's right. That's right. America first, baby. America first. The Gulf of America inside of North America. I can dig it. I can dig it, chat. I can dig it. Check that out. Check that out. Check that out. Suffer, Gulf of Mexico. Suffer. Suffer. It's ours now. It's our Gulf. It's our Gulf. And look, you can even see West Palm Beach. It's where Trump is from his southern golden throne. And he's just like, I command it. And it's like, boop. And it changed. So that's how powerful we are. That's what we're looking at right now. Some good news, chat. Schnauzer Patrol says we still call it Bragg. I know most people did. But now it's officially back to being Fort Bragg. Yes, Hood, Polk, and Bragg all kind of sucked at their jobs. But hey, that's what they wanted to name them back in the day. So that's what they get to name them. You could change the name of Fort Polk, but it still sucks. I have heard many stories about how shitty Fort Polk is down in Louisiana. Can we do Fort Sneed? That'd be a great one. That'd be a great one. That would be a great one. So, Fort Jackson is still Jackson? Really? Okay. Interesting. General Burnside had great sideburns, yes. Jefferson Post says not the bulge battle during Naked Twister. Yes, well. Iman Rezu says now it's Fort Tupac, Fort Wayne, and then Fort Frederick Douglass. Well, Fort Tupac sounds great. Yes, Fort Tupac sounds great. Shit. Pete says Fort Grant was in Panama. Oh. Well, that sucks, and it's gone. That sucks. I wish we need to bring it back. I guess we got to go back to Panama anyway, chat. We're going back to Panama to retake Fort Grant. Ag says, so how big is that book? It's big enough. A couple hundred pages. It's a good read. It's a good read. Ben Pook says, spoilers, the Germans lose. Well, yeah, they do. They do. So, yes, there was a Joseph Sneed. Yes, I know there. Yes. Yes, there was a General Sneed. Moving on from there, chat, there are some other updates onto things here. There was a, this is actually kind of interesting what's going on with the ICE raids and everything that's been going on here. And this comes from Tom Homan. He is the border czar. If you guys remember, him and Dr. Phil were out rounding people up. But apparently people have been tipping off within the government and fucking with the ICE raids. And they're figuring out who did it. So this is interesting here.
Where are these leaks coming from?
Well, look, we think it's coming from inside. And we know the first leak of Aurora is under current investigation. We think we identified that person under investigation right now. The California leak, Secretary Noem, she's correct. Some of the information we're receiving tends to lead toward the FBI. But I talked to the Deputy Attorney General all this weekend. They've opened up a criminal investigation, and they have promised that not only this person lose their job and lose their pension, they're going to go to jail. They're going to criminally prosecute. So we're all over it. We got the DHS IG investigating the first one. Have a pretty good idea what happened. Can't share a lot because it's under investigation, but the IG's opened up a criminal investigation on the second one. We're sending a strong message. It's just not, giving the bad guys a heads up so they can escape apprehension. Right? We're arresting, giving, the Venezuela gang a heads up so we can't arrest them. You're putting officers' lives at risk. It's only a matter of time if we walk into a place where there's going to be a bad guy doesn't care. He's going to be sitting and wait for the officers to show up and ambush him. This is not a game. So DHS and DOJ are connected at hip to hold these people responsible in a criminal fashion.
Yeah, so chat, it's gonna get interesting. It's gonna get interesting. There are it does me nothing but warm my heart to know that there are federal agents out there and federal employees who decided this is how they wanted to fuck around, that they wanted to get involved like this. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to get this way, and they wanted to start dicking around. That's how they want to do this. And I'm just like, if this is really how you want to do this, I guess go for it. You can have your fun that way. But this is really stupid. This is a really stupid fucking thing to do. Sacrificing all your stuff for this, like eventually you're going to get found out. That's the thing. But yes, if you guys weren't aware, people are basically posting warnings on Nextdoor. And it's one thing where I will say the videos people posting, like telling kids you don't have to answer questions to cops, or don't let cops in your house, or if ICE comes to your house, here's what you can do and here's what you can't do. Perfectly legal. I'm fine with that. You can tell the cops, fuck off. I don't care if they're immigration glowies or they're feds or it's your Officer Joe down the street. They have every right to do that. You have every right to educate people on what their rights are. You may not like that, guys, but that's, how it fucking goes. Like, for those of you out there who don't like that, suffer. Y'all can suffer. I'm an equal opportunity employer when it comes to suffering. Okay? I'm not afraid to tell you guys to suffer. So that's where I just want you guys to understand that. I just want you to understand that issue there. I don't care. So that part's not a problem. It's this idea that people are out there actively and proactively allowing this to happen. So that's the problem we're looking at here. That's the problem that we have. That's the problem we have. And I don't like that they're doing this. I don't like that they're doing it this way. And I think it's a problem. I think it's a problem. I like I said, that's where I have the issue is what they're doing otherwise. And hold on here. What is somebody's messaging me? What the heck do they want? No, we're not. No. Hold on. There's another. Let's see. What is this? So we're now running into this process of Bono saying, "Hey there, shot you an email tonight. I'm doing well, man. Doing great. Hope you're doing well." EDW Raptor says, speaking of suffering, Ohio State hired their Matt Patricia as a DC. Nah, I'll be all right. I'm a little not worried about sports ball right this second, but it doesn't matter. Michigan's gonna whoop that ass. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Yeah. You can know your right to still be deported. You can know your right to still be deported. Valhalla, yes. Hey, buddy, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Yes, Pam Bondi did announce, well, she didn't, like, they're not being charged. There's lawsuits being filed against them. So the way she said it made it sound like, oh, we're going to go round up some motherfuckers. It's not happening like that. They're filing lawsuits, but we're going to get to why I think the lawsuits, it's going to be funny in a second when we get to what's going on there. So let's get into these lawsuits that Trump is facing right now. There is a whole slew of them, chat. And I've put them all together. There's an entire these guys, like, there's an entire set of lawsuits that are being faced right here. And they're just absolutely ridiculous. Like, the numbers of them, it's a complete onslaught that they're facing at this point. This is like, it's just never, ever ending. And I don't even have all of them listed down here, but I just have some kind of the important ones and ones we might care about. But the rest of them, it's just the way they're doing this is just mind-boggling about what they're going after and how they're going after it. And this is why I said it early at the beginning. This is an assault on the executive branch. Whether or not the courts are complicit in it, this is a major problem that basically the law is being used to harass and hamper the government like this. You know, these are not suits made in good faith. I mean, like we can all be honest about that. We can all be honest about that. These are not being done in good faith. These are not legitimate lawsuits. There is nothing just about these. There is nothing just about these. It's a bunch of, like, there's one or two of them that do have some merit, and we'll get to the parts that have merit. But this is a lot of whining sons of bitches who are just looking to seek to wreak havoc. And this is their way of derailing Trump. This is their way of derailing his progress and his mandates. Because if they can do this right here, that's all they got to do. You know, maybe they won't win ultimately, but they will go forward on this just to cause problems. And here's a big list of them so far, chat. Here's a big list of them so far. And this just breaks it down very quickly. You've got New York versus Trump. That's the first one. And that one, obviously, it is what it is. It's New York versus Trump. It's state of New York versus Trump. And this is the funny one because they're suing out of Rhode Island. And that's the one we're going to touch where you want to see a judge lose his shit. And he's completely cooked. He's out in the weeds. It's total judicial death is what we're looking at. There's another one that's been filed. This one is in the Southern District of New York. And this is of the blue states challenging the Trump administration, giving DOJ Treasury Department access to the databases. And that, once again, is an issue of, well, how did that, well, we'll get to the DOJ thing too, because it's really funny what DOJ even does and how that, like, DOJ even works at this point. Because DOJ was created by Obama, basically. They put together DOJ to deal with the Affordable Care Act. When Obamacare came through and the website was a disaster, they made DOJ, and DOJ has a purpose now. And it's been brilliantly used by Trump. But going through this, you also have the Global Health Council versus Trump. This is challenging, not only is the American Bar Association involved, but they're challenging the USAID funding decisions. You have the American Federation of Government Employees versus Trump. And this gets to the buyout case with the fork in the road email. And we have an update on that, chat. We have an update on this one. And we're going to talk about this one too. We have Bellinger versus Bessent. That's Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury. And this is an appeal to the D.C. Court of Appeals in forcing Trump to reinstate the special counsel to the special counsel's office. And then you have Orr v. Trump. And these are people who are suffering from gender dysphoria, however you want to call that, are challenging the administration's use of sex as passports identifiers. There's the Massachusetts versus the NIH, capping indirect NIH costs for grants at 15%. It's just people want, the cheese. They're like little rats gnawing away. We've taken the cheese wheel away, and all they're doing is screaming because they don't have their precious cheese anymore. They can't get their cheese anymore. You have the American Federation of Labor versus the Department of Labor, and it's challenging DOJ access to Department of Labor data. The Alliance for Retired Americans versus Scott Bessent is labor unions challenging DOJ's access to the databases. And then this one here, you have another one here. Doctors for America versus the Office of Personnel Management. And this one is claiming that Trump's removal of gender identity treatment from the web pages was illegal. And I mentioned this last night. This gets to kind of an obscure law. Not really an obscure law, but when you think about it, you wouldn't think this applies. It's called the Paperwork Reduction Act. And we'll get to the issues there. And we'll get to why these things are happening the way they do it. So, yes, no more easy cheese. No more easy cheese. I like cheese. I know, and I know, Noel, you're out there too, dear leader. You like cheese as well, but no more cheese. No more free cheese. No more free cheese. No more free cheese. So that is just an example of what we're looking at with these cases. And some of them, you know, they are very interesting. And I guess we'll start off with the first one, which is kind of like, we'll put this in the Suffolk category. This one here. So this was the American Federation of Government Employees, the AFL-CIO, the American. There's also a couple different organizations here. AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. If you guys never heard of them, that's called AFSCME. Yes, they have their own unions like that. Yes, they do. And the National Association of Government Employees, literally a union for fucking leeches. The government employees need their own union like that. Just, it's not even like, within an organization, the FBI Agents Association or the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. It's literally the Government Employees Association. Literally, like, everyone. That, like, seriously. Anyways, against Charles Zelle in his capacity as acting director of the Office of Personnel and Management and the Office of Personnel Management. And this is an opinion in order today, chat. Hot off the press. There's going to be a little bit of suffering here. So this is from the judge. And he says, the plaintiffs, who are several labor unions representing federal employees, have moved to restrain the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, from enforcing the deadline by which employees may accept OPM's fork in the road directive, which has been stylized as the fork directive. Yes, you're getting forked, chat. Getting forked so hard. So hard, chat, you're getting forked. So hard is how you're going to get forked here. Just take it. Yes, this came out right after 6 o'clock. I don't think Robert Gouveia got to this one. So, but anyways, that directive permitted certain federal employees in the executive branch to resign their positions effective September 30th, but also permitted employees who took up the offer to cease work in their respective agencies and still be paid through the end of the fiscal year. So if you guys didn't understand what that means, they got this, we're at a fork in the road, and we're offering you a buyout. Buyout sounds good. Now, I will tell you, when you're facing a buyout, chat, that's generally a hint they're probably going to fucking fire you down the road. Okay? So if you're ever in a position, you're at a job when there's a buyout being proposed, that should be a red flag, like, something's not right. Something isn't right. But as this goes here, what do we see? So not only is the buyout, but your buyout is from now until September 30th. So your resignation will be effective that day. But right now, hold on one second. So I heard some like noise and I wasn't sure what was going on there. So I just had to make sure 2.0 is good. She's good, chat. So not only could you leave you would leave on the 30th September, but in the meantime, you could just go home. We'll pay you not to work. Basically, it's like a severance package. It's a severance package. Basically 7 months of severance. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. You don't usually get stuff like that. Those of you in the private sector, yeah. I mean, it's something to be said. But in addition, if you did take the buyout, you would be free to pursue other remunerative employment outside of the executive branch if you wanted to. Meaning, this isn't even like a non-compete. This isn't even a non-compete, chat. We'll pay you till September, and you can go get another job in the meantime. Because when you work for the government, like, the idea is, no, you're working for us, so you can't take any more employment. No, look, we'll pay you not to work. And then if you want to go get another job and basically double dip, have at it, buddy. Think about these unions going all angry about that. Oh, that's so fucking mean. We know why it's gonna hurt them. We know why they're suing. But yes, these are executive branch employees. These are not, it's not like some guy being a janitor. These are going to be like pretty high GS level employees. So, and they say on January 28th, the email was sent to nearly all federal employees in the executive branch announcing the directive. As announced, the opportunity to accept the offer was to expire as of February 6th. Well, this got commenced. The lawsuit started on February 4th, and they were challenging under the Administrative Procedures Act. And guys, remember, we talked about the Administrative Procedures Act before. The Administrative Procedures Act is how the government does like its own internal things. Agencies promulgate rules and policies. They have to follow the Administrative Procedures Act. That's like we talk about with the ATF. There's the notice of rule, like there's the notice in the public comment period. And they do a notice of proposed rulemaking. And then you have the right to comment on that. And then when they have to take all the comments. And then they have to put together, when they make their rule, they have to address all the things that were brought up. Now, they don't address every single comment raised, but if the comments can be categorized, they have to address all the things they do when they make that rule or policy or promulgation. And that's a fancy word that they use in the APA, promulgating. So the next day, the plaintiff moves for a TRO, the restraining order, to stay the directive's February 6th closing. The defendants oppose this. On February 6th, the court ordered the defendants to refrain from enforcing the deadline, and a hearing on the merits was held February 10th. And we talk about this. It's a TRO, so it's a restraining order. You're seeking a preliminary injunction. So you have to establish the 4 factors, guys, that still exist. You have to have a likelihood of success, a likelihood of irreparable harm, a balance of equities tips in the plaintiff's favor, and the requested injunction is consistent with the public interest. So you have to show those guys the injunction standards are the same. No matter where you go, the courts always look at it this way. What's your likelihood of winning? What's your harm if we don't do it? Do the equities tip in your favor? Is it just fairness to do it this way? And then is the public interest served by doing it? Those are the 4 things we do. So they point out that the last 2 factors merge when the government is the party opposing the injunctions. Because yes, obviously the public interest, well, the government is in the government's there. So you can't really Google it that way. And he says, here the plaintiffs have not established they're likely to succeed. Suffer. So they fail on the merits of the 2 APA claims because they lack Article 3 standing, and this court does not have subject matter jurisdiction over the claims asserted. Now, I'm sure the attorneys who filed this knew that, but this is where not only going forward, if these courts want to play this injunction game, we need tens of bonds worth tens of millions of dollars, but maybe attorneys need disciplinary action. Remember, that was the whole talk with all the Trump lawsuits and all the Trump stuff. These attorneys should be disciplined. I see some attorneys who probably need disciplined. They filed a bullshit TRO. In my opinion. And there's standing that's missing. And standing requires them to have a personal stake in the dispute. And your standing has to be more than just diverting your resources in response to the actions. And you can't manufacture standing through a self-inflicted harm. And they're not directly impacted. Instead, they allege directive subjects them to upstream efforts, including a diversion of resources to answer members' questions about the directive. You're going to make us answer questions about it. Oh, no. Oh, no. But here's the big one, chat. Here's the big one they have to say the quiet part out loud. A loss of potential memberships. They don't want to give up that scamola. Oh, no. If people quit, we will lose dues-paying members. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's your loss. You should be disciplined for filing this. This is ridiculous. Don't get your dues no more. Suffer, commie. Suffer. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're worried about the loss of memberships and possible reputational harm. What's your reputational harm here really going to be? Such bullshit. Such bullshit. Gandalf says, read the last 3 words in that sentence. Yes. Possible reputational harm. What is your harm going to be? So anyways, we move on. The unions are not the required direct stake in the directive, but are challenging a policy that affects others, specifically the employees. This is not sufficient. Just as the court found in Hippocratic medicine, this is just a case, chat. When you see this judge does not italicize, he underlines. And that's kind of like a real side note here. That's kind of like a East Coast kind of thing to do, to cite cases. So it's all right. You can do it that way. But they said that the plaintiffs cannot spend their way into standing, and neither can the plaintiffs in this case establish standing by diverting resources towards responding to this uncertainty of the actions. And say, moreover, a loss of membership dues to the unions is not certain before the deadline. Even if it's certain, let's say they all, like, any other union, a company's going bankrupt, they don't get to go run into court screaming with their hair on fire. Like, if Ford was going bankrupt tomorrow, would the UAW go into court screaming, no, you can't let them shutter the doors. We're going to lose all the dues. Our precious dues are going away. Help us, Judge. No, they don't get to do that. They don't get to do that. It doesn't work this way. I mean, really, this is one of those things where this is a clear abuse of the TRO. This is lawfare. This is a judicial coup. They tried to stop the government from doing its thing. They're obstructing the government from conducting its business. This is where people should be in trouble for this. They knew better, and they filed this anyway. People should be held accountable. People should be held accountable. We heard that throughout 2020. Oh, nobody's above the law. Okay, well, great. These attorneys should be held responsible for what they did. These people got to post TROs and dick with the government for free. Absolute horseshit. And this is the kind of stuff where people also, like, people on both sides are like, it's a judicial crisis. Trump's ignoring the courts. Oh, no. Oh, we're wringing our hands over it because of this shit. This is why people like Trump are saying, fuck y'all. That's why you get people like Andrew Branca, who, you know, it's hard not to disagree with them. Fuck these cocksuckers in the court because they let shit like this happen. This was 6 days too long. He shouldn't have granted it in the first place. So, what do you want them to do? The courts need to remember, you want to have that sense of legitimacy, you have to be legitimate. Thank God this judge acted quickly, but as we get to the Rhode Island judge, fucking homie's lost the plot. The orange man is bad, and that's all that matters. And it says here, the court lacks subject matter jurisdiction to consider the claims. But it says, while not binding, the decision is instructive out of the D.C. Circuit. In that case, the court, and it's funny because the AFL-CIO definitely knows this, the union's claims fell within the Federal Service and Labor Management Relations statutes, the FSL-MRS scheme, and therefore the court lacked jurisdiction to hear the case. So there's already a law in the books. There's a law in the books that we talked about this before, chat. When Congress or any government, like, you have remedies and you have to go through them, there's a proper vehicle. They didn't bother doing it. And it's not like these guys didn't know about it. That's the problem. This is a bullshit action because what they have to do, they can sue the OPM. They can sue the Office of Personnel Management. Nobody's saying they can't. But they have to do it through the FSL MRS. They have to follow it. And they talk about the Thunder Basin case here and say if Congress intended a litigant proceed through a statutory scheme when the intent is discernible in the statute and the litigant's claims are the type Congress intended to be reviewed by the law. So it was clear Congress passed this law and you should have used it and you're intended to use it. But instead they went for this TRO. They went for this TRO instead. Absolute garbage by the government. Absolute garbage. I'm sorry, by these unions. And the DC Court of Appeals said that the FSL provides exclusive procedures by which federal employees and their bargaining representatives may assert labor management relation claims. Yes. So if you want to bring your labor problems through your union, you have to proceed through statute. So why are we filing a TRO? In addition to, guys, that there's also the Civil Service Reform Act that I've talked about this before. The federal employees enjoy protections. Okay? Not only like if you're an FBI agent, but I'm just saying if you're a guy who works in the fucking National Park Service, you're protected under the Civil Service Reform Act. You have protections. You can't just be fired because, oh, you work for the executive branch. Like, okay, yes, if you're a guy sweeping the floor at, the Old Faithful, the bathroom outside of Old Faithful, yes, okay, you do work for the executive branch, but you don't work in the same sense as like the Secretary of the Interior does, or the guy who runs the National Park Service. You're not that level of person, okay? You're one of the underlings. You're protected by the Civil Service Act. So you have laws in place. You could sue under those. Use them. And they say it's to provide the exclusive procedures for disputes involving employees and their federal employees and their unions representing employees in the federal government. Disputes must be first administratively exhausted before the employing agency and the relevant review board, and any further challenges are properly heard in a court of appeals. And we mentioned this before, chat. You have to follow your administrative procedures. You have to exhaust them. And that's typically of a union contract anyway, for those of you guys who've been in unions. You have to go through the appeal process and the grievance process. And then you can appeal the grievance. And then after that, you might be somewhere. But you have to exhaust all your remedies first before you could come to court. So they talk about here, though, that these unions claims are a type of intended for review by the circuit court. And they say the unions had the possibility of meaningful review if they were required to go for the scheme. Okay? The claims were not wholly collateral to the scheme that was being done. And the claims were not beyond a reviewing expertise. And they say the two claims here, in this case, though, are the type of challenges intended for review within the statute, which provides for administrative and judicial review. And they say the unions, and that the unions may be foreclosed from this process doesn't mean there's not ways to help. They point out that all the factors are satisfied here. All the factors are satisfied. The second factor and third factors are satisfied. And the constitutional questions was within the agency's expertise to address. So what happens? So for the foregoing reasons, the temporary restraining order previously entered is dissolved, and the further injunctive relief is denied. So it's done. The one case is done, chat. It's over. The TRO is over. They might be able to pursue legal action at some point, but not here. Not here. So they can sue under the Civil Service Relief Act. They could sue under the FSL MRS. They could sue other things, but they can't do this. They've been buck broken effectively. Buck broken. So, yes, deny, Nick's favorite word. Yes. Ah. So, Nico says they need to abolish all public sector unions. That's not a bad idea on its face. Robin Hood says the National Park Service is still in 1811. Yes, they still have. Yeah, it is. But I'm just saying, if you're like the guy who's just a regular park employee, you're protected by the Civil Service Act. So, Robin Hood says labor management sounds hella gay. You know what though? Labor relations and dealing, like, I mean, like, I learned a lot about. I took a labor law class in law school, and it's one of the most fun classes I ever had. I think the NLRA is a piece of communist garbage. Section 7 should be abolished, and rewritten. But if you do want to get involved in labor law, there are so many ways you could combat organized labor when you're working for the employers. Like, it was something I was seriously looking to try to do, because I it's kind of like my little like guilty pleasure. Like, I read labor law like updates and labor law decisions and NLRB decisions. They're actually pretty interesting. There's some pretty cool stuff that happens in the way these unions and the employers will go back and forth and commit labor violations on each other. It's actually pretty funny. It can be interesting at times. So, anyways, Alpha Fox saying, my labor law professor wrote a bunch of the textbooks. Yes. But that's the thing, guys. Labor law is actually kind of neat. It can be neat at times. Not in the government side so much. The government side's very kind of like boring. But when like out in the private sector, it's actually very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So, but anyways, guys, yes. That case is done as far as it's going effectively. They're cooked. They lost. Goose egg. Only took 6 days, but still 6 days too goddamn long. Should have been shot down right away. Another case that came out and we have an order for is Doctors for America versus the CDC and the FDA and the Department of Health and Human Services. And this is a complaint that got alleged and put in. Okay, yes. Most railroad employees I'm pretty sure all railroad employees are union. That explains my foaming. Stop it. Good sir. So anyways, this was a complaint because they had removed the CDC and other organizations had removed a bunch of information from publicly accessible websites for a wide range of health data and other information used every day by health professionals to diagnose and treat patients and by researchers to advance public health, including those through clinical trials meant to establish safety and efficacy of medical products. So, and this is where it becomes an issue, chat. The defendants had maintained these web pages and data sets for years. And they're arguing it's a problem here because it prevents them from treating patients. Now, you might say, okay, this sounds like bullshit. We can take down what we want to take down. Well, there are rules on stuff, chat. There are rules on things which you can do. And this becomes an issue here because of the Paperwork Reduction Act of 1995. Okay. Now, what is that? Well, the Paperwork Reduction Act is a real act, and it's a real thing. And you'd be like, well, wait, what does this have to do with the government shutting down a website? There's no paperwork reductions. It's not making people fill out forms or anything like that. That's not what they're getting to. That's not what they're getting at. You'll see why the Paperwork Reduction Act does matter. Okay. So we're not going to get into the parties here because we know who the OPM, the CDC, and we know what the APA is. We know who the FDA are. We know who HHS is. We know all of that. That's not really the concern here. But this is where it becomes interesting, and it's something where I think you guys need to learn. Just helpful to learn this stuff. So Congress enacted the PRA, the Paperwork Reduction Act, to ensure the greatest possible public benefit from and maximize the utility of information created, maintained, used, shared and disseminated by or for the federal government. And it allows for the dissemination of public information on a timely basis on equitable terms and in a manner that promotes the utility of the information. And it says to accomplish those goals, the PRA mandates that every agency must ensure the public has timely and equitable access to the agency's public information and must regularly solicit and consider input on the information dissemination. Okay, and the agencies must provide adequate notice when initiating or modifying or terminating information dissemination products, meaning when they're removing stuff, because that information could actually be important depending on what it is. So, and agencies, including the HHS, have said that the term information dissemination product includes electronic documents or web pages. Okay, and they talk about Trump's executive orders. Okay, and he talks about Executive Order 14168. And it's defending women from gender ideology extremism and restoring biological truth to the federal government. Oh. And yeah, and Tim, we're going to get to that. You're correct. The order directs agencies to combat what the president described as gender ideology by requiring agencies to use the term sex and not gender based in all applicable federal policies and documents. So they talk about, once again, Charles Zelle, the acting director of OPM, issued the memorandum titled Initial Guidance Regarding Trump's Executive Order Defending Women. And you see, that's how they do it. They kind of go by like the first word or two. But Trump makes an executive order. What happens to that executive order? Well, the Office of Personnel Management then puts out a memorandum saying, here's how you guys are going to make this happen to all the executive agencies. And he says, by no later than 5 p.m. on January 31st, the agency heads must, among other things, terminate any programs that promote or inculcate gender ideology and take down all outward-facing media, websites, social media accounts that inculcate or promote gender ideology. So anything out there people can read. So when it issued its memorandum, OPM asserted it possessed authority to require the agencies to act based on 5 U.S.C. 1103. And those provisions vest the director of OPM the authority for securing accuracy, uniformity, and justice in the functions of OPM. So, Tracy's saying, why are they not required to file in D.C.? And you've been a member for 4 months. Thank you for being here, Tracy. Some of these are being filed in D.C. So, like, when these guys are suing, when you're suing generally a federal agency, so like the OPM, CDC, the FDA, HHS, you do have to sue in the District of Columbia. So that is actually happening here. Javier is saying, how does Chevron affect a complaint like this? Remember, Chevron's dead. Chevron is dead now. Remember, Bright Loper killed Chevron. So Chevron doesn't really matter anymore. But we'll get to like this issue here. This isn't a rule promulgation. This is an executive direction. So this isn't a rule in that regard. But it's a very good question. Yes, Chevron went to a farm. And it's a good thing it went to the farm. But anyways, it talks about they also have the authority to execute and administer the civil service rules and regulations of the president and the offices and the laws governing civil service and other activities of the office, including retirement and classification systems, with respect to functions for which the Merit Systems Protection Board or the special counsel is responsible. When they talk about removing data, so agencies have removed numerous web pages related to medical treatment and public health. And they removed web pages and data sets that served as resources to clinicians, researchers, and the general public. So what did they remove? The web pages for the Youth Risk Behavioral Surveillance System, which is explained that this resource identifies emerging issues and plans and evaluates programs to support youth health and gives the best picture of what is going on a national, state, and local level. The CDC also stated that doctors, health departments, educators, lawmakers, and everybody uses it. They say the information is important for understanding the mental health challenges that youth face including bullying and the other safety issues at school, as well as issues like vaping and cigarettes. CDC has maintained it since 1999. That's weird to think of. That prior to 99, they didn't have a web page. But okay, cool. Cool. When I am reading motions like this, the left hemisphere of my brain is riding the rails like a 20s hobo. Are you saying that a good way or a bad way? Am I doing something wrong? Not sure what you mean there. Oh, hi, Bubba. Do you want up here again, Clyde? Did you want everybody? Do you want to say hi to everybody again? Huh? Okay. All right. Clyde's here, but I can do this one. We're gonna do this one-handed chat. So, the front page is archived, and they talk about the statistics for adolescent and school health. And they talked about data sets involving youth risk behavior surveillance systems, school health policies, and adolescent behaviors and experiences survey. The social vulnerability index is gone. They talk about all these things. The environmental justice index. The environmental justice index. Okay. The CDC is talking about environmental justice now. Okay. The PrEP initiative for the prevention of HIV infection in the U.S., a 2021 guideline summary, where it talks about healthcare providers prescribing pre-exposure prophylaxis, which is what PrEP means, for HIV prevention and to their patients, and increasing PrEP use by people who could benefit from it. And guys, what PrEP is meant, if you take PrEP and you get exposed to HIV, you will not contract it. So that's what PrEP is. Not like Avril Lavigne, where she's talking about, taking off all your preppy clothes. As she laughs out when you strut your pose. So, they talk about the pages for HIV monitoring. And they talking about helping surveys to help understand the distribution of HIV among different populations and communities. The HIV monitoring pages, the National HIV Behavioral Surveillance System, where it talks about risk behaviors, testing behaviors, and preventions. They talk about how to get tested for HIV and explaining why individuals should get tested for HIV, how they can get tested, and what the results mean. That's actually probably what I would agree with. Hey, guys, make sure you get tested for the HIV. I don't actually have a problem with that one. If there's a way for people to make sure they're not passing the HIV around, I kind of think that. I kind of think that's actually important. They talk about the National Art Surveillance System, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Surveillance System, which talks about data on fertility clinics across the country, mandated by the Fertility Clinic Success Rate and Certification Act of 1992. So that one probably has to go back too, because there's already another law saying that has to exist. They talk about CDC contraceptive guidance for healthcare providers. That was removed. The FDA removed several pages that provided important guidance for researchers who develop clinical trials. And yes, so here we get to it. Removing the study of sex differences in the clinical evaluation of medical products. Recommendations for increasing the enrollment of females in clinical trials, and sex-specific information and regulatory submissions. They have a webpage on diversity action plans to improve enrollment of participants from underrepresented populations. Now, the argument is that there might be, okay, great, we test drugs on certain groups of people clinically, but we don't have input from people who make up other populations that will be affected by it. So, if you're not including them, but they want diversity there. They talk about a lot of these things. So the CDC, FDA, and HES did not provide notice. These data sets will be removed and no longer available. After the website's information were removed, it posted statements on remaining portions saying that the website is being modified to comply with Trump's executive orders. And the defendants have provided no other information for removal from the web pages. The decisions they claim contradict their state admissions, according to who? So that is an issue here. But they say that the DFA members rely daily on the web pages with guidelines on the PrEP for HIV prevention and the U.S. medical eligibility criteria for contraceptive use. And they used it to guide how they treat patients, particularly patients with other conditions that must be taken into account to safely recommend and prescribe treatment options. I really don't think that's the case. I know this is probably all about transing little Jimmy and Bob and Sally, but okay, whatever you guys need to say. Like, how did you guys not know? But we'll see. Jared Fogle does not have AIDS. Stop, chat. Anyways, they talk about the guidelines relating to the testing and treatment of HIV drugs. Without access, they've had to seek out other resources to guide diagnosis, treatment of patients. So basically, I mean, this is the thing here. Like, are you telling me they don't exist, or you just have to find new resources? So, they talk about that these guys have used publicly available data sets to conduct groundbreaking research on infectious diseases. If they claim pediatric health, the structural determinants of health to inform state, local, and federal policy efforts. So they go through all of this. And they keep saying that this critical research will be far more difficult, if not impossible. Now, guys, remember, the issue is, because of the Paperwork Reduction Act, if the government's accumulated this data, they have to make it available. They have to make it available here. And if they don't make it available, that violates the Paperwork Reduction Act. So they want to restore the pages that were removed in violation of the Paperwork Reduction Act. So it's an interesting argument that's being made there. Because this one is not an issue of, well, who does is this Trump's will being done, or how does this work here? This one's actually interesting because it's more of, well, the government has the information, but who owns the information? Who has access to the information? So this one, yes, Trump's executive order caused the issue to come up, but the executive order isn't really the problem here. It's the Paperwork Reduction Act, the PRA. So from here, it's who controls that? Who controls that? Who controls that, and where does it go? Where does it go? And I think that's an interesting argument to make. So this is one where you guys might say, well, okay, fuck all these people. It's not my problem. But there's a law in place that says that information has to be provided. So I think this is one, and we're going to see here, there hadn't been an order yet on it. But in the meantime, we did see that federal agencies did restore the web pages following the court getting involved. So the judge did make an order to put this all back up. So they had to put up those pages previously, which, once again, guys, it's not like, as I said, it's not really a shocker. To me, it's not really a shocker that it happened. Okay. So it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense that it happened. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, this order is complete bullshit. Because it's about the Paperwork Reduction Act. It's not about, yes, Clyde needs love. Clyde needs all kinds of love. He's such a good boy. Yes, he's such a good boy. So that's where it comes down to. So because it, like, I do think the argument is, though, whose data is it? It's the public's data. The government accumulated this data. It's for the public to use. Now, where can the public put it? Like, the government's done it, so the data has to be, like, the people have to have access to the data. But Yamal, you're saying it's publicly funded. I get that it's woke data, sure. But then you have to put the data somewhere. Like the government, like if the ATF wanted to remove guidance and things like that, that would be really bad because how do people comply with the law? So I do think like, okay, great. It doesn't have to be on the CDC website, but I don't know if they're going to be allowed to get rid of the data, period. So yeah, if it's collected by a government employee or contractor, it's the public's data. So that's where this turns into to do that there. I use it to use NLM. It's trash now. Yamal's saying, is there an argument that's no longer factual, so the protections don't apply? No, because it hasn't changed anything. Like Trump's not saying it's not true. Trump is saying we're not going to do this anymore per the EO. So that's how it works. So yes. 8. Yes. So JB says, why not put the HIV stuff and vaping stuff back? Well, it's because they want all of it. That's when they want all of it. Well, yes, TC. AIDS was publicly funded because the government let it spread. But that's between us. Shh, shh, chat, shh. Can you hear that, chat, or no? Oh, hi, Clyde. I know. Do you hear 2.0 singing? He's such a good boy. All right. So that's where we are, chat, with that one. And that one, I think, is going to be there. TC says, you give a mouse a cookie, yeah. Ladybug Lisa said this would be like Pacer disappearing without warning. Yeah, to an extent, yes. And ultimately, I think the government can do what they want. But remember, a lot of this is coming down to the government having to, the executive is going to be being told, you got to do the rules. Now, here's the thing when it comes to these issues about Trump could say, I'm the unitary executive. I do it, therefore it's good. And that is a prevailing thought. That's one of the schools of thought when it comes to this. That I don't have to give notice. I can do what the fuck I want. The APA is an infringement on the separation of powers. Congress cannot tell an agency how to do stuff, is what Trump is going to argue here. None of that applies. You can't tell me what to do. I don't think that's going to work at the end of the day is the issue here. So anyways, some of that stuff has been put back up. Not all of it, but some of it has. So like I said, this is one where I'm kind of like, there's kind of some there with it. Let's see. Mad Rhetoric is saying, you think Trump's guys who seem pretty smart would have seen this angle of attack. I'm pretty sure they did. But I think part of this when you're doing with legal stuff is you're going to do it and the other party, well, they're going to respond. Fuck them. Respond. Like we're not going to fuck it. Like they're going to let them do it. Let them cope. If they're going to if they're going to strap up and if they're going to step out on the field and put their cleats on, great. But sometimes you throw the punk card down and see if they'll pick it up. And if they pick it up, then you deal with it. So, yeah, make me. You can't do that. Make me. So that's the answer there. So, yeah, they knew this was going to take forever. That's why Trump came out right away. And yeah, eventually some of this stuff will get resolved, but I think this one's probably going to last. Probably going to last, chat. So, moving on from there, though, we have some other stuff, guys. We have some other stuff that's happened. We move on to that one. We've got, let me see here. What is... Okay, never mind. That was just moving on from there. Now the big one, the one that's kind of getting everybody's attention, is Trump. It's the state of New York, which I think is hilarious in this one because it's the state of New York and all these other states. And you notice, like, let's look at the names of these. Let's look at the list of these states, Chad. It's only these states though, who filed their TRO in Rhode Island. But you get some interesting ones. Like, you got the state of New York, California, Illinois, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Massachusetts. Well, Arizona's probably going to be one of the only few that's a little different here. Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, the state of Hawaii, state of Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, North Carolina, New Mexico, Oregon, Vermont, Washington, and Wisconsin. Now, it's funny because when you look at some of those, chat, you're like, wait, that's not all the same. Like, that's not what we're doing here. Because a couple of these states are, if my math serves me correctly from the election, red state, red state, red state, red state, red state. And then this one partially red. So you can see, but some of these states have Democratic leadership involved. But it's kind of funny in that regard. So what happened from here? So they're suing Donald Trump in his official capacity as President of the United States. They're suing the Office of Management and Budget. They're suing the Department of the Treasury. They're suing the HHS, the U.S. Department of Education, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. And we're going to get to that thing in a second there. The Department of Transportation, the Department of Labor, the Department of Energy, the EPA, the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, the National Science Foundation. They're basically suing everybody, chat. They're suing everyone. Not everyone, but pretty damn close to everyone. Everybody's getting sued. Now, this is a case that they filed. These states went ahead and did it, and they got a TRO. And this is from January 31st. This is from January 31st, chat. So there's a TRO. The legal standards for the TRO are the same for an injunction, and that's nothing new. Remember, and you have to show the 4 factors granting a TRO. Your likelihood of success, is there a reparable injury, the balance of the relevant equities, and the public interest. And now remember, we're in Rhode Island, okay? We're in Rogues Island right now, as it was traditionally called. So we're in the First Circuit. That's why we're seeing a First Circuit case. You're surprised Clyde wasn't mentioned in the document. I know. 2.0 wasn't mentioned yet either. That makes me worried. Is 2.0 going to be there at some point? I don't know, chat. That really makes me worried. I don't know what's going to happen. So, oh, hold on here, chat. Why is this not working? Uh-oh. Did we have a problem? All right, there we go. We got 500 people here on YouTube, guys. Thank you for sticking around. We're getting right into this here. So we talk about the traditional equity doctrines, and the preliminary injunctive relief is an extraordinary and drastic remedy that is never awarded as of right guides the court. Well, except they kind of gave it away here. So he says this court's aware of the judiciary's role as one of the 3 independent branches of government, and the doctrine of separation of powers restricts its reach in the executive branch. But you didn't do it. So they talk about the likelihood of success. They talk about count one. And they talk about because Congress hasn't delegated unilateral authority to pause all federal financial assistance without considering the statutory and contractual terms governing the grants. The states allege this violates the APA because the failure to spend funds appropriated is arbitrary and capricious in multiple respects. And they argue that the failure to spend funds violates the separation of powers because the executive is overriding Congress's judgments by refusing to disperse the allocated funding. And the states also allege that it violates the spending clause of the Constitution, an Article 1 power. So they're violating Congress's power. The states also allege a violation of the presentment and appropriations clauses and the take care clause. Now, this is something to think about here, chat. This is the one where the government, they've quit everything. You know, there's a way to get around that, and Trump could have done this right off the bat and said, restricted to the bare minimum, 1% funding only. Instead of freezing it all the way, just freeze it a little bit. Or freeze it all the way down except for like 1%. Because if there's a drip, 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 drip coming out of the pipe, funding's still flowing. But instead, Trump's like, you know what, fuck it, we're just shutting it off all the way. Which, he's a bold man, that's why he does bold moves. That's why he's worth billions of dollars and I'm not. So they say, because the breadth and the ambiguity of the pause, the court must consider the state's motion based on the effect it will have on many, but perhaps not all grants and programs that it covers. And he says, are there some aspects that might be legal and appropriate for the executive to take? And he says, the court imagines there are, but it's equally sure there are many instances in the wide, this is funny part. He says, I imagine there's valid reasons, but it's equally sure that there probably aren't. Not that, oh, I'm sure like what they've cited is illegal. No, I'm pretty sure, you know, something in there has to be illegal. Something. I don't know what it is, but I know it's in there. Listen to this judge. Listen to this fucking judge. Oh, something in there's not going to be legit. The court must act in these early stage of litigation or the worst case scenario. Well, what's the likelihood of success? Because you haven't even gotten there. It says, based on the evidence before it, some of which is set below, the states are likely to succeed on the merits of some, if not all, of their claims. Well, we're going to see why that's not the case coming up here. The executives unilaterally suspending the payment of federal funds and others by simply choosing to do so, no matter the authorizing statute or the terms thereof. No legal authority was cited allowing it to do so. And no federal law would authorize the executive's unilateral action here. The Constitution's a federal law. The Constitution is a federal law. So, yes, you guys are correct about Lavin Triberia. Yes, all of the statements about him are correct, including the modern day analogies and comparisons you're drawing. Oh. Congress expected the executive to provide funding to states based on statutory factors, based on population or the expenditure of qualifying state funds. By imposing conditions on this, the executives acted contrary to law and in violation of the APA. Maybe. The executive orders threatened the state's ability to conduct essential activities and gave the states and others less than 24 hours notice, womp womp, on the arbitrary pause, preventing them from making other plans or strategizing how they would continue to function without the promised funds. Suffer! And it says Congress appropriated many of the funds, and the executive's refusal is contrary to congressional intent and directive and thus arbitrary and capricious. We're going to see why, we're not so sure about that as we get going here. It says Congress has not given the executive limitless power to broadly and indefinitely pause all funds that it provided to specific recipients. And he goes on to cite from the judge of the First Circuit saying that when an executive agency administers a federal statute, the agency's power is to act authoritatively prescribed by Congress. Yes, okay. And it's no exaggeration to say an agency literally has no power to act unless and until Congress confers power upon it. And any action that agency takes outside the bounds of a statutory authority is ultra vires, meaning it's outside of the law. Okay, and violates the APA. So, this is from the actual executive order here. The duty to align federal spending and actions with the will of the American people is expressed through presidential priorities. Yes. The executive branch has a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the people as expressed through congressional appropriations, not through presidential priorities. Citing, not only Article 2, which, yeah. But he must take care of the laws be faithfully executed. So they talk about what basically their argument here is, and the court is making the argument that the Impoundment Act is what controls here. And this is something that got passed back in the 70s because of the way Richard Nixon and Congress were battling. And it says that the president may ask Congress to rescind funding. Well, Congress is never going to rescind funding. Congress said, no, we passed that. Hey, can you take this back? No. Like, it's never going to work that way. And they say here there's no evidence the executives followed the law by notifying Congress and thereby effectuating a potentially legally permitted so-called pause. All right. And then they talk about with Justice Kavanaugh back when he was on the D.C. Circuit. Remember, he was the D.C. Circuit judge. And sometimes there are policy reasons distinct from constitutional reasons for wanting to spend less than the full amount. But in those instances, even the president does not have unilateral authority to refuse to spend the funds. Instead, he must propose the rescission of the funds, and then Congress may decide whether to approve a rescission bill. Okay. So that's their argument here. So they're arguing that they have a likelihood of success, but we're going to get to the judge's orders here, and it's going to show there's a problem here. So they talk about the irreparable harm. All the states rely on federal funds to provide and maintain vital programs. So, oh no, everybody's going to be screwed. They state that where the pause Congress allocated will harm them and their citizens. They won't be building more roads, child care, veteran nursing care funding, special education grants, and state health departments who receive billions to run programs that maintain functional health systems. They won't be able to build roads in Delaware, chat. And special education programs in Minnesota. This will also hurt current disaster relief efforts. The states assert the pause applies to federal actions directing federal financial assistance to North Carolina. As Trump has said, guys, what is he going to do? He's going to give the money straight to the states and let the states directly do disaster aid because that makes more sense. And they want to talk about Hurricane Helene. And then the FEMA money to support California's ongoing response to the wildfires. So they also talk about, and now we have to talk about the high-intensity drug trafficking areas program. They had law enforcement in high drug trafficking areas to show that payments to state-based programs have been paused, putting the public safety at risk. The war on drugs is getting hurt. Good. People on the left screaming and crying about this. They're advocating for the war on drugs. The left is advocating for the war on drugs now, chat. Yes. So they argue the executives' abrupt pause for trillions of dollars will cause a ripple effect that would directly impact the states and others' abilities to provide vital services and relief to their citizens. Womp, 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 womp. So they talk about, and there's more in the monetary harm at stake. Liberty is always at stake in one or more of the branches seek to transgress the separation of powers. Wow, that's completely unfucking self-aware. Unself-aware is this judge. Unself-aware is this judge. What's he doing? He's telling the federal government how not to act. How not to act. And we're just going to skip straight to the order here, okay? So, the court rules on the state's motions here. And it says, during the pendency of this order, the defendant shall not pause, freeze, impede, block, cancel, or terminate the compliance with the words or obligations of federal financial assistance to the states, and they shall not impede such obligations and awards except on the basis of applicable authorizing statutes, regulations, and terms. So he says you can do it, but just not this way. Do you even have the authority to do this, Judge? I don't know. I don't think so. And he says if the defendants engage in identification review of federal financial programs as identified, such exercise shall not affect a pause, freeze, impediment, block, cancellation, or termination of compliance with such awards and obligations, except on basis of the applicable authorizing statute, regulations, and terms. So he says, even if you do what I just told you to do, it still won't work. The defendants are also restrained from reissuing, adopting, or otherwise giving effect to the OMB directive under any other name or title through any other defendants, such as the continued implementation identified in the White House press secretary statement. So now they're enjoining the entire federal government, the entire executive branch. Now remember, this judge is saying we can't get involved, but I'm going to stop the federal government from acting. So not only that, but the executive branch shall provide written notice of this order to all agencies and their employees, and they shall file a copy of the notice on the docket at the same time. The defendant shall comply with all notice of procedure requirements, and the TRO shall be in effect until further order of this court. And that's signed by the judge. Huh. That's where we're at now, chat. It's got to be like that? Yes. It's got to be like that. It's got to be like that. Real quick, though, we can move on to some things here. Robert Lawrence is gifted 5 subs, chat. That's right, 5. And Jason Lazat gifted 5 subs. Throwing those into the ring here, chat. We are mobilizing the Green Army, chat. I see a green out there. We are trying to turn this chat green. Grace, you got nowhere to run. Grace, your funding's getting frozen. You're no longer getting your USAID money. Just accept the green money we're sending you. Accept those subs, Grace. Join the Green Brigade. Join the Green Parade. You got to join us. You have to join us. It's what you need to do. Otherwise, we're just going to run you out of town. We're going to run you out of town. So thank you guys both for your generosity and your support. Really appreciate it. Jefferson Post says, I facepalmed when I saw Massachusetts. Sorry, everyone. Oh, that's okay, man. It's okay. Manny says, I know a GS-13 that has dreams of becoming a GS-15 that are now futile. Yes. Yes. Oh. And Yamal saying, did you say the Supreme Court ruled they're sick of these district judges? They didn't rule on it. But Clarence Thomas and other judges, the court has expressed, we don't like when you guys do this. Especially in the Trump's first term with the Hawaii judge. And I call it that because that was what was happening. A judge out in Hawaii kept on saying, no, no, no. Everything Trump did. Yeah, the Supreme Court's like, you shouldn't really be doing that. That's our job. And we're kind of getting pissed off about it. And we're going to talk about the effects of this. And that's one of the effects. Eventually, the Supreme Court is going to disfavor this stuff. So they're not only ruining it for themselves, they're going to ruin it for everybody else. Like, when you abuse things, they get taken away from you. When you abuse a power, it goes away. And that's the concern that I have here. There might be times where this is a necessary vehicle, but it's being abused excessively. So, DF88 says, ever seen a buddy who allegedly told the ATF agent to fuck off? I don't think so. I don't think so. Ladybug Lisa, though, gifted 1 sub. She's doing her part, chat. Are you? Are you doing your part out there? Getting rid of the grays? Lisa, thank you so much for your support, though. I do appreciate it. DF88 says these Jews were asked by federal agents to fuck off. Ruby Ridge, Waco, and shit. Well, never a bad day to tell an ATF agent to fuck off. And DF88 says Suffolk low nibbas. Yes. Yes. Yes, chat. And as it was once foretold by the great Terry, as he once told us.
The CIA niggers glow in the dark. You can see them if you're driving. You just run them over. That's what you do.
Yes, rest in peace, Uncle Terry. But you were before your time. Yes, DF88 says also suffer libtard glowies. Yes. Yes. Yes, very true, chat. Very, very true here. Yamal says, actually, Ben probably would have liked Terry. Yes. Well, I firmly, Ben Franklin would hate all these people. Yes, but I think Ben would have liked Terry. A lot of the entire founding fathers would have been like, oh, we like, well, you want to sign? They would have been like, hey, man, you want to sign the Declaration of Independence too? You know, Mr. Terry, do you want to, how do we write the Constitution? How can we encode this closer to God? Yes, Terry does live in spirit forever. You know, 07's in the chat for Uncle Terry out there, wherever he is. 07's in the chat. So this is what happened here, guys. And we're going to, set some other things here, guys. We're going to move back on. Yes, 07's chat. So what happened from here? Well, Trump and everybody went up to the First Circuit. And the First Circuit kind of was like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. It's only a 2-page order they put out. So anyways, it was the state of New York versus Trump. And this was an order the court entered yesterday. So they said on January 31st, they talk about the TRO being filed. On February 10th, the court granted the motion for enforcement. And the defendants appealed these orders. They asked for a stay pending appeal and then an administrative stay pending resolution of their motion for pending the appeal. So Trump and the White House are like, hey, can we get a stay on all this? So now they get to an issue here. They say this court has not addressed whether an administrative stay of the sort may be issued, and there's well-recognized uncertainty as to what standards guide the decision to issue one or not. And this goes back to the case United States v. Texas. They're like, we don't really have a clear answer here. We don't really have a clear answer. We don't have a clear answer. And they say here the defendants have requested a stay pending appeal from the district court, which has not yet ruled on their motions. And that is a bit of an issue because the court's kind of like, well, what do we do? So they move on, though, and they move on to address some other things here. And they say, moreover, a centerpiece of the dispute between the parties in this appeal concerns a proper way to construe the February 10th order, which, we should have, did I ground that one on the wrong way here? Yes, I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. There was a February 10th order, and we'll go back to that one in a second here. Actually, sorry, we need to go back to this February 10th order. Sorry, I did these in the wrong order. I mixed them up. No, I'm not seeing Kyle today. Have you guys seen Kyle and how tall he is? But just real quick here, chat. So what happened on this is from February 10th. So this is a couple days ago. Okay. So what happened? Well, the states went crying to the judge. And they asked for another motion saying, oh no, judge. They're not complying with the orders. They're not complying promptly. They're doing whatever they want. And he says that, you guys issued a broad categorical freeze on all funding. And he says, you can't do that. And he said the TRO prohibits it. And the states have presented evidence of this motion that the defendants in some cases have continued to improperly freeze federal funds and refused to resume disbursement of appropriated funds. And then he says, well, wait, and we're just trying to get rid of fraud. And he says that the categorical sweeping of funds is likely unconstitutional. Are you sure about that? And has caused irreparable harm. So he says what has to happen here. He says, you must immediately restore all funding during the pendency of the TRO. You must immediately restore the frozen funding until the court decides what it's going to do. You must immediately end any federal funding pause. Any federal funding pause means all of them. All federal pauses? Really? Are we going to all federal funding pauses? Wait, I thought that wasn't like, so we're going to have to do everything? And they kind of looked at him and said, okay, I guess we'll unfreeze all federal funding. And that, we kind of know where that led to, chat. I think we know where that led to. But we're going to get to that in a second here because there's a consequence to that action. The defendants must take every step necessary to effectuate the TRO and clear any administrative or operational hurdles. And the defendants must comply with the plain text to not pause any funds based on pausing funding. The defendants must immediately restore withheld funds, including those appropriated in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act. The defendant must resume the funding of institutes and other agencies of the defendants, including the TRO. This seems like an invalid order. Well, this is him being unhinged. The judge is unhinged. He's cooked. He's cooked. The orange man syndrome is bad. But we're going to get back to this here, chat. We're going to get back to this thing from the Court of Appeals. So notice the Court of Appeals gets a little weary here. They start talking about now, we've got some questions here. Finally, insofar as we have jurisdiction to consider this request for an administrative stay, the court has a concern, though. The defendants don't cite any authority in support of their administrative stay request or identify any harm related to a finding or funding of actions they will face without their requested stay. And he says, in these circumstances, we assume we have jurisdiction. That's great. The court is assuming it has jurisdiction. They don't know if they do. But notice they're pointing out that we're confident the district court will provide clarification needed to, among other things, their contention that it bars the president and any government from exercising their own lawful authorities to withhold funding without prior approval of the court. Well, remember, what did the brave judge do? What did brave Rhode Island judge do? He said any. 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 Any means any. Any means all. So he did. They're like, yeah, that's, I think this is their way of trying to tell the judge, like, you're probably fucking this up. You should fix this. They say, we know that the plaintiff's statement in opposition says nothing stops the defendants from limiting access to funds without any pre-clearance from the district court on the basis of authorized grants and terms. Really? Because he says you can't do anything. But anyways, this was signed and issued by the court, and this goes out to all the parties involved, all the attorneys and parties involved in this chat. That's all of them. So yeah, they're kind of like, Judge, you're fucking this up. But guess what happened right afterwards, chat? Guess what happened right afterwards? What did we find out yesterday? Kristi Noem and the Department of Homeland Security got a bunch of funding back that was getting towards fucking illegals housing. A bunch of money being fraudulently spent. It's like, so the judge is like, fuck you, your excuses don't work. Fine, judge. He's like, no, not like that. Listen, this judge is cooked. This judge is fucked. He screwed up. He stepped all over his dick, chat. Stepped all over his dick. Stepped all over his dick. Oh, Mario, how you doing, man? Guys, this is Mario. He's actually the if you guys, we were talking about this earlier with the pirate software issue. He talked to Thor's fake lawyer guy in Britain. Mario, how you doing, man? Mario, we're gonna get together. We're working on setting up a time. We need to do that. I'll get in touch with you. Should be tomorrow, so we'll set something up. It'll be good. It's Mario, yeah. I messed up. I've a guy who lives down the street from me. He's Mario. That's why I do that. So, but yeah, guys, this is the thing. The Court of Appeals is like, we think you're going to have to fix this. So it went back down, and now what do we see today? This is for today, chat. This one is today, and it's 2/12. This one came out. So the judge gets all fired up now. He's all gassed up. And listen to him mauled and cope and seethe. Oh, we're going to remove that, and we're going to put that back in the green. He starts mauling and coping and seething, chat. So here we go. Here we go. Yes, the Court of Appeals is like, why you stepping on your dick, boy? Yes. Why you dancing on your nuts, Judge McConnell? So he puts out another order. And you can tell he's mad. He's big mad, chat. This is big mad. I have seen this before. He says, first, to be clear. And he's like, this is him. This is coping. You guys have ever wanted to see a federal judge sneed before in its thing? This is a federal judge sneeding. He is sneeding like a boss right now. First, and to reaffirm the court's orders, the TRO permits the defendants to limit access to federal funds on the basis of the applicable authorizing statutes, regulations, and terms. He says the February 10th order does not bar both the president and much of the federal government from exercising their own lawful authorities to withhold funding without prior approval from the district court. Notice that he's just backing it up. He's got to walk it all back. You can't do anything. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Not like that. I'm not really trying to tell the executive branch what to do. Except I'm still trying to tell the executive branch what to do. I believe in the separation of powers until I'm the power that's separating it. Remember, chat, they're separate but equal branches of government. Yes, should the court be allowed to make decisions? Yes. But they're separate but equal. They are not an uber branch. So, yes, can you say re? Yes, it is re. Oh. So he says, neither the TRO nor the court's subsequent order require the defendants to seek pre-clearance from the court before acting to terminate funding when that decision is based on the actual authority in the applicable statutes. Well, you told them they had to stop. So they stopped. And look what happened. That fraud thing you told them wasn't happening and you said was bullshit happened. $59 million worth of the fraud happened. This is what you wanted. And now that it happens, you don't want it no more. Come on, man. Come on. He says, second, the court will act with all alterity in issuing an order on the defendant's motion to stay. He says, third, the defendants have filed 2 additional motions relating to the TRO, requesting a ruling by 11 a.m. on February 12th for permission to continue withholding funding from FEMA and other funding, which I think is hilarious. This is how you do it. This judge wants to be Daddy Big Dick. Fine. Daddy, can we do this? Daddy, can we do this? Daddy, can we do this? The judge is just losing his shit. This is what you wanted. You wanted to be in charge of the executive branch, Judge. You thought this was your chance. Here you go, buddy. Here you go. This is what you wanted. It's what you wanted. I don't know why you don't want it now. Stacy says, Daddy sounds so dirty. Well, I'm not saying it like, Daddy. That would be dirty. Oh, my throat's parched. Shit talking this judge. So anyway, we keep going, though. It's a supplemental motion requesting permission to continue to review the processes. And as the FEMA funds in New York City, the defendants represent they intend to provide notice to New York City regarding the funding pause and will provide the information process required by regulation in terms of the award. And he says, because the defendants are seeking to terminate funding on the basis of the applicable statutes, the court sees no need for further clarification. Well, now you don't want it? Now you don't want it? Now you don't want it? And it says, finally, nothing in the TRO prevents the defendants from continuing to use routine processes that the payment management services asserts it's used for decades. He says, before the defendants impose a categorical funding freeze, that is the subject of the TRO. So the court reaffirms the TRO. Nick's favorite word again, denied the emergency ruling about the withholding FEMA money, and denies the defendant's motion for permission to continue doing things. It's so ordered. Sign Judge McConnell. Ah. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. This is the problem here. This is the problem. This is the problem with these guys doing this. Remember what I said. This creates the issue of, yes, it's a separate but equal branch. But when this is getting abused, we now run into problems of what are we going to do? How are we going to handle stuff? Because what has happened in the meantime? Well, we then look to like what Pam Bondi did today. And that's going to be an issue here because let's be real, we know what's going to happen in court with Pam Bondi when they say that they are suing New York government officials. Because you know what's going to happen now? We know what's going to happen. They're going to fucking ignore it. These courts are going to turn around and ignore what's going on. And that's going to lead us to a problem, chat. This is going to lead us to a problem because Pam Bondi, they want to, there's lawsuits over immigration enforcement and what they're doing and how that system's getting abused. So now what's going to happen? Are these courts going to act the same way? No, they're not. We know they're not. They're not going to do that. So now we end up this issue of this judicial problem. And this is where, and Mario's right. He's going to lose his game of chicken 100%. But, you know, when people are saying, oh, Trump is undermining, it's a constitutional crisis. This is a constitutional crisis of the judiciary's making. These judges who are just jumping out there and letting these TROs happen, saying, oh, fuck it, we'll sort it out later. You're the one, like, you are the coup. You're the coup. You're undermining your own authority. You're undermining the power. You are the constitutional crisis. Because it's one thing, yes, to respect a proper action of a court, but unlawful and rogue actions of court, do you have a duty to obey those? I understand people like Ron Coleman saying, no, we fight the process out and deal with it. I get that. But I also get people saying, fuck this. If the courts are going to go rogue, there's no need for them. We'll use them when we have to. But these judges are the reason why the courts are taking a beating and will take a beating. And I guarantee you the Supreme Court is sitting there watching this, just going, oh my God. Like, I guarantee you, it's not even like Clarence Thomas. I guarantee you people like Ketanji Brown Jackson, as much as she is in the bag for the left, they're all kind of sitting there like, oh my God, what are you doing? You're just lighting the whole thing on fire. Stop. They're literally undermining everything they do. This is the problem. They are the crisis. Because you're now doing things that are rogue and unconstitutional and, yes, I think sanctionable. And you're demanding the rest of the government acquiesce to it because of my separation of powers and Marbury versus Madison, and you want to try to enforce these norms while you're abusing the system. You know, this is how you light it all on fire. This is how it gets lit on fire and it gets destroyed. This destroys everything here. I just don't like this. I don't like how this works. And it's a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken where we all lose. Because down the road, this might be not an option available to us. Or courts will look down upon these kind of TROs and injunctions. Or they might not just be granted going forward. And here's the thing, and Mario's right. Avoiding this problem is why Robert swerved on Obamacare. Yes. But here's the thing now, Mario, and I think you'll agree. There's nowhere to run now. They're going to have to address this. They aren't going to be able to punt. I mean, they might be able to say political question, everybody needs to fuck off. But that's not going to resolve it. This guy is going to force them to address it. Judge McConnell is going to force them to address it. And God, like, here's the thing, because let's say this gets up, like, the judge rules, and then it gets up to the Second Circuit. The Second Circuit, I mean, let's say the Second Circuit rules, yeah, Judge McConnell, you're out of line. Guess what the states are going to do? They're not going to stop. They're going to seek cert in the Supreme Court. And they're going to force the Supreme Court's hand. And it's going to be something. Oh, sorry, First Circuit. First. Yes, they're going to go to the First Circuit. The First Circuit, let's say they affirm. This was unconstitutional. New York's not going to give up. Rhode Island's not going to give up. Yeah. None of them are going to give up. Those states, those 19 states are going to go all the way. They're going to go all the way, chat. Just like we saw with the case in the Southern District of New York, trying to pause things with the Treasury. You think Letitia James is just going to hang it up after this? No, they're going to take everything all the way. All these cases, they're going to get pushed up to the D.C. Circuit, and the D.C. Circuit's going to be in the bag. We know that. So all this stuff is going to get to the federal government. I mean, it's going to get to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's going to have this morass of garbage. And they're not going to, the Supreme Court is not going to fuck the executive branch over. And if they punt, that's going to be a disaster. It's a political question. You can't do this. But I also see them saying we disfavor this act going forward. This is going to cause so many problems. So when you hear people out on Twitter talking about a crisis, this is a crisis entirely of the left's making. And I hate to throw stones like that, but the left has co-opted the judiciary and used them as a kamikaze run right now. Their anger and hatred of the Orange Man is causing them to light one of the branches of like they're sawing off that branch and they're going to, turn it into firewood. For some reason. Yes, these judges are attacking. They're the constitutional crisis. Panzer just says, I hate to throw stones. Do you, Sean? I try to be nice, chat. I try to be nice. Gigster Squid says, yes, the best thing for Trump is for this to happen, but here's the problem. That's like a year down the road, man. That's like a year down the road. Maybe less. But this is stalling his ability to govern. The man that got elected is being denied his right to govern through this lawfare. And if this is how we're going to set the rules going forward, this is one of those times. It's kind of like the whole Harry Reid filibuster thing. You guys remember when that happened? The nuclear option? It's going to bite the left in the ass really, really fucking hard. And, in the meantime, if you do it now, you've got 3 more years of Trump, and guess what? He'll do whatever the fuck he wants, and you can't stop him. They didn't pick their battles, but they wanted to go there like this. They wanted to do this. This is what you wanted. You wanted this to happen. So that's when I see all the people on Twitter out there trying to act like this is, no. You guys are fucking with things you don't understand. And there's going to be a lot of people with shocked Pikachu faces coming up going, I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, guess what? You're going to mean for it to happen. And now we're running into the issues of now there are people in Congress introducing impeachment against some of these judges, which That's a check. You know, we're talking about the separate equal branches. Guess what? Now we're talking about impeaching federal judges. That's the next step. Like, y'all want this fucking warfare. Y'all want lawfare. Here you go. There's another opening. There's another salvo. That's what we're getting to. Like, I get it. You know, like all these people, when they sit there and go like, well, it's a constitutional crisis. We start removing the judges who are fucking around. They're going to go, oh no, another constitutional crisis. It's Congress is removing a bad judge. Like, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. But it's going to be Pikachu town. Twitter's going to look like Pikachuville. It's Pikachu. Everywhere you go. Pika Pika. So this is just bad. This is bad. It never ends well. It never ends well. You know, and these people aren't thinking ahead because, like, this is not looking good. Like, everybody who voted for Trump feels vindicated now that there's a deep state and the government's in it against them. And that it's against them. So guess what? You're probably getting President Vance. So you're getting like 12 years of this shit. Do you really want to start on year 1 and completely fuck yourself for the next 11 years? That's kind of what you're doing. That's kind of what you're doing. You guys got to think. You can't just think tactically. You know, you can think tactically for your little section of trench. Sure. But you guys also, you have to think strategically. You have to think about the entire theater of battle. Yeah, you win a little trench line, but the enemy flanked you and took your rear. You have to think strategically. You have to do both. That's kind of like, you know, 5 Rings, Musashi type stuff there. So something to think about, chat. Something to think about. Oh, something to think about. Ah. Yeah, they lit the fuse when they came for the king and they missed. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're seeing that now, chat. You're seeing that now. So Mario's like, lol. I think the left just nuked themselves. I don't think Anubis, good to see you as well, man. Good to see you as well. I don't think they nuked themselves, but this is really going to fucking hurt them because the Supreme Court is not going to let this abide. They're going to say this is political question territory. You know, there's going to be times where there's loggerhead. I just don't see this working out that way. But like these guys are y'all fucking around. Like, you know, you guys are gonna find out. And I can't imagine like, you know, the Twitch libs. I'm gonna love it when they start going like, wait, no. It's like you guys wanted this. You guys wanted this. CG's right. They wanted to dance and now it's time you gotta dance for it. You know, as I said before, guys. When you run around with your pants around your ankles screaming how bad you want to fuck, you don't get to say, wait, when somebody pulls their dick out. You know, when you tell everybody you want to get down and someone whips their dick out, well, guess what? Somebody accepted your invitation. You want to get down. Now, also, I could argue in the prison setting, you're walking around with a shiv saying you want to get down. Well, guess what? Someone's going to get a shiv too, and you guys are going to get down. So, you know, in a sex context, but also a violence context. I'm a man of many, many analogies. You're going to write Trump to nominate me to the Supreme Court. I already sent my stuff in, chat. I sent my stuff in early on. I haven't gotten a call back, sadly. So glasses off. Yeah, well, no, it's my eyes. I had an eye booger I had to get out. Bella says, hell no to Peter Thiel's boy. I agree, but you know what? For right now, he's the only one doing God's work. If you could put Ron Paul in there and Ron Paul knew what he was doing, I'd let him go in there. Ron Paul don't know how to do the digital stuff. So let Elon Musk and his Cabana boys do their thing. They're the only ones figuring shit out right now. So we got to work on it. The word is pragmatism. Well, yes. 10KB says the 5 onion rings. Onion rings are disgusting. I don't I'll every once in a while I could do onion rings, but they got to be like the big thick onion rings that are properly like the batter's properly cooked and it's kind of crispy. Like you can't do like Burger King stuff. Burger King style onion rings. we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that here. We don't do that here. 2.0 might, but I don't do those. I'm talking about like Red Robin style onion rings, where they're decent. Glad stuff. I'm serious now. I'm never happy to see you. What? Why am I not? Who told you that? The 5 rings of the Balto. No, chat. Although to be fair, there are. I'm advocating for struggle snuggles a little bit. Let me see here. Life Lessons by Sean Martin. Yeah. Let's not weaponize sex. Come on. Well, yes. Let the big balls do their thing. Let the big balls do their thing. So, am I more of a cheese curd guy? No, I'm a French fry guy. So, YouTube's censoring me hard on this topic. 8% of my comments have been yeeted. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So, but yeah, guys, that's where we're at with this. This is where this goes. Like Pam Bondi's trying to do her thing. And now, like she's not going to get the same deference from the courts. We all know that. We all know that currently. We all know that's not what they're going to get. But that's kind of like the big preview. That's the battlefield we're on right now. I will say, I know there was also a hearing today on the New York v. Trump. Actually, I think it was it was the American Federation of Government Employees versus Trump case. And that was covered by a person here who, if you guys want to follow her, Margot Cleveland. She is a legal correspondent for the Federalist. She covered it today. And it was really good. She covered a lot of stuff today. Let me see if I can show it here. So we do have an update. Okay. So we have an update on something that just came in while we've been here, chat. We're going to go to this one. This one's Hampton Dellinger. In his special capacity as special counsel of the Office of Special Counsel. His case, he was removed. And they try to, and that's now gone up, that there's now an order on this. So it's breaking, chat. Breaking news. Versus Scott Bessent in his capacity as the Secretary of the Treasury. So a bunch of people are being sued here. And like we said, guys, et al. Just means and others. So it's not just Scott Bessent. It's not the Secretary of the Treasury. It's also Sergio Gore in his capacity as Director of White House Personnel Office, Karen Gorman as Principal Deputy Special Counsel, Carl Kamin as COO of the Office of Special Counsel, Donald John Trump in his capacity as President of the United States, Russell Vought in his capacity as Director of Office of Management and Budget, because he has been confirmed, as we talked about previously. And he is seeking a TRO, preventing him from being removed as special counsel. So, after receiving the TRO on February 10th, the court set what intended to be a scheduling for 4:30 that same day. At the hearing, counsel for the defendants had represented they had not yet had an opportunity to file a response, and they were not prepared to take a position whether they'd be willing to freeze the firing until the court resolved the legal issues, which you're in the Office of Special Counsel. Anyway. Well, we're going to get to that. We'll get to that issue. So after hearing some arguments, the court issued a brief stay so it could consider the matter with the defendant of the defendant's position. And that's not a problem. We're going to put it on pause till you guys get a filing in. And that's fair because if they haven't had a chance to respond, they need a chance to properly respond. So in addition, there was also a motion to stay the court's administrative stay. And the defendants filed their opposition to the TRO. So they talk about here, it's funny because in this, they mention about a frivolous motion. They say, a motion's frivolous when its disposition is obvious and legal arguments are wholly without merit. It's like the first case we talked about. There was some frivolous motions being done. I'm just saying, chat. I'm just saying, and I'm, guys, like I'm Ed Sheeran. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just thinking out loud, chat. I'm just thinking out loud here. So, but just we'll move on from there. So we'll move on. So for the reasons below, the TRO will be granted, but let's see why it's granted. So the Office of Special Counsel is an independent agency created under the Civil Service Reform Act. And it's to safeguard federal service employees who blow the whistle on illegal or improper conduct. The OSC was first established as part of the Merit Systems Protection Board, but in 1989, Congress separated the OSC as an independent agency in the Whistleblower Protection Act. And guys, if you see 1978 here, yeah, there were a lot of things that happened in the aftermath of the Nixon presidency. So just a thing there, chat. Just a thing. The statute spells out the powers and functions of the OSC. It states the OSC shall protect federal employees, former employees, and applicants for employment from prohibited personnel practices. And to do that, the special counsel is authorized to receive and investigate allegations of, oh, somebody was out in the snow. He's all wet. We got a wet Clyde boy here. So he was to receive allegations of prohibited practices and where appropriate, bring petitions for stays and corrective action. So the statute enables the agency to operate in three ways. First, under 5 U.S.C. 1213, it acts as a confidential channel for federal employees to disclose information that they reasonably believe evidence is a violation of law, gross mismanagement, a gross waste of funds, or abuse of authority, or a substantial danger to health and public safety. The identity of the individuals may not be disclosed by the special counsel with certain exceptions. If they determine there's a likelihood the information disclosed is a violation of law or other enumerated policies, the special counsel can ask a relevant agency to investigate and report on the matter. The OSC then reviews the report, gives the whistleblower an opportunity to comment, creates its own assessment, and submits the findings to Congress and the president. These disclosure cases, they don't have an independent authority to investigate. So they talk about the agency can also receive and investigate allegations of prohibited practices and discrimination or retaliation. And OSC can issue subpoenas and take depositions and responses. They can have written interrogatories. So just like in a regular lawsuit, chat, they can do interrogatories. Oh, Clyde, sorry, buddy. We're going to put you down on the... You're going to sit with me here. Hi, Clyde. He says, if the OSC determines there are reasonable grounds to believe the practice has occurred, it can work within the agency to ensure corrective actions taken. And then if nothing works, they can go to the Merit System Review Board for corrective action. So we talk about things here that also they have authority under the Hatch Act. And guys, the Hatch Act is about doing political stuff on government time and government work. And they can investigate any allegation concerning prohibited political activity and any activity relating to political intrusion into personnel making. So they talk about all the stuff that happens there. They also talk about, if you guys didn't know this, there's a Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERRA, that's actually a pretty fucking big one. Employers, prior to 2003, well, actually prior to the whole global war on terror, employers were kind of fucked around with it. And then as the global war on terror happened and you dealt with a lot of people getting deployed, especially like guardsmen routinely, USERRA is actually, places have kind of learned how to deal with it now. So they talk about all the different things the OSC can do here, but we need to talk about the factual background. Okay. So in October 2023, Hampton Dellinger was nominated to be special counsel. The Senate confirmed him in February, and he was sworn into office in March of this past year. His 5-year term will expire in 2029. There you go, Bubba. Is that better? Okay. So on February 7th at 7:22 p.m. on a Friday, Sergio Gore identified in his signature email as assistant to the president, director of Presidential Personnel Office, which means he's pretty fucking important, chat. He's pretty fucking important. Panzer Dude, you are... Oh, I saw that. Yes. These are all executive powers. Yes. Yes. There in chat, this is where we might be dealing with this case here might be a situation where we have some knockdown drag out fights in the Supreme Court about the limits of executive power. And as the courts have gone on over time, they've increased and increased executive power. So, but we'll get to that when we deal with this here. So he says, on behalf of President Donald Trump, I'm writing to inform you your position as special counsel is terminated effective immediately. Womp. That's a shitty way to get an email. The end of the night. That's kind of bad. So he filed this action on Monday morning. And there are 5 claims. Count 1 alleges that the termination is ultra vires and in clear violation of 5 U.S.C. 1211. And ultra vires just means it's outside the law, chat. It's outside of his authority. Count 2 alleges that they exercise authority without regard to his position as special counsel, and they're not in accordance with the law. They're contrary to a right, power, privilege, or immunity in excess of statutory authority under the Administrative Procedures Act. Once again, chat, the APA is rearing its ugly head here. And guys, I know there was an article NBC put out saying it's an obscure law. There's an entire class on administrative law you take in law school. The Administrative Procedures Act is a gnarled, multi-headed demon. It's just like the ADA. It's got a lot of power. It is it's something that doesn't go away, chat. It is a monster within governmental practice. And even then, states have their own administrative acts. So the federal one's actually a pretty good one to learn about everything. Count 3 seeks declaratory judgment. The president does not have the authority to prove the plaintiff absent inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. And that is something in the statute. Those are the grounds that he can be removed for. Once again, does Congress have the authority to tell the president that's the limit? That's going to be a question we're going to have to deal with. Count 4 alleges a violation of the separation of powers. Like Congress telling him where he could do this. Under Article 1, Section 8 and Article 2, Sections 2 and 3 of the Constitution. Count 5 is seeking the writ of Matt Damon, prohibiting his removal from office. Yes, but my unitary executive. Yes, chat. Yes. So the legal standard. And we already talked about the TRO, guys. What are the 4 elements? Likelihood to succeed, irreparable harm possibilities, the balance of equities, and the injunction serving the public interest. Remember, it's the same thing for a TRO and injunction. And when it's the government, 3 and 4 are combined at that point. Now, they do talk about the manner in which the court should weigh this remains an open question in this circuit. What is treadstone? So a strong showing of one factor could make up for a weak in another. And that's true. You have to balance the factors and assess them individually, case by case. They say that the 4 factors, it's likely to success is an independent freestanding requirement for an injunction. And it's kind of important. It's kind of important. If you don't have a chance of succeeding, you're fucked regardless. The court will follow this approach. And we're going to talk about here. So they decide here, how are they going to get to this? And they say it's ruled that a failure to show a likelihood of success is sufficient to defeat a motion for an injunction. Okay. And they say, regardless of whether it applies, it remains that you must demonstrate irreparable harm. And that's always been a basis in federal courts. Very true. Very true. Failure to show irreparable harm is grounds for failure to get an injunction. Even if the other 3 factors are very compelling. There's no harm, there's no injunction. So he talks about the likelihood of success. He says, there's a substantial likelihood the plaintiff will succeed. The effort to terminate without identifying cause contravenes the statute. Once again, who gets to decide if that statute is controlling? But they do state 5 U.S.C. 1211 that you can only be removed by the president for inefficiency, neglect, or malfeasance. According to Congress, can Congress really limit the president's authority like that? The language is meant to ensure the independence of the special counsel and insulate his work from being buffeted by the winds of political change. Sure, Congress wants to do that, but can they do it? Defendant's only response to this inarguable reading of the text is that statute is unconstitutional. And I think some people would agree. But no court has said so, and to date, the Supreme Court has taken pains to carve the USC out of its pronouncements concerning the president's broad authority to remove the officials who assist him in discharging his duties at will. And that is true. The Supreme Court has kind of sidestepped around and kind of like bobbed and weaved on this issue. They're like, well, that one's different. So he says, moreover, the underlying reasons relied on the defendants do not extend to the unique office in the official case involved. They do talk about this case, Celia Law LLC versus the Consumer Financial, the credit, the CFPB. You know what the hell I'm talking about. The Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. Blah, blah, stroke brain for a second there. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. It challenged the legitimacy of the agency structure. The Ninth Circuit upheld the for-cause removal protection for the single head of the independent agency. And the Supreme Court granted certiorari. And they said because the government agreed with the petitioner on the constitutional issue, the court appointed an amicus to defend the judgment of the Ninth Circuit. The court says as a general matter, the president has the authority to remove those who assist him in carrying out his duties. It explained the power to remove and thus supervise those who wield executive power flows from Article 2, and it does. And without such power, the president cannot be held fully accountable for discharging his own responsibilities. The buck would have to stop somewhere, and it's true. The court didn't announce a blanket rule the president has the power to remove the head of every independent agency led by a single director. The court held that the leadership of the CFPB was removable only for statutorily prescribed reasons, violated the separation of powers. And it went into considerable detail as to why the director of the CFPB in particular should not be shielded from presidential control. So they go through other cases here, and guys, this is actually Celia Law is a case to know, but this is a big one. Humphrey's executor versus the United States. And it's that Congress's ability to impose removal restrictions will depend on the character of the office. In Humphreys, the president tried to replace 5 members in the New Deal era Federal Trade Commission. And looking at it was constituted in 1935, the court held the restrictions on replacing the panel members were lawful. In the Celia Law opinion, the court listed some of the things here, and it says, the agency performs specified duties they aid the legislator. They make investigations and reports to Congress. And the 5-member board of the Federal Trade Commission, just like the OSC, was designed to be nonpartisan and act with impartiality. Although we do know that Hampton Dellinger is like one of Hunter Biden's friends. I don't know if they smoked crack and, fucked hookers together, but he was a friend of Hunter Biden. So, the FTC's duties were neither political nor executive. And here they say it's a similar thing. With the qualifications to be special counsel. It's by an attorney who, by demonstrated ability, background, training, experience, is qualified to carry out the functions of the position. Okay. And they say, though, but Celia Law summed up the authority as recognizing the president's unrestrictable power to remove purely executive officers, but it did not extend the principle to less obvious situations. So, yes, Hampton Dellinger, chat. Hampton Dillinger? No, Hampton Dellinger. So they go through everything here as far as what this does. I mean, they distinguish why this is different from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau person. But we get through this, but this is a lot of pages to make a lot of excuses here, chat. So we get to this. It's 27 pages, guys. And we've got some other stuff to talk about here coming up that has come out because there's some other things to address. Here. So they talk about, though, ultimately irreparable harm. And this is something I did want to address here. Irreparable harm must be it's got to be clear. It's got to be clear. This is not a thing about there's a contract for personal services. This guy's not a probationary employee. The court is saying he had a statutory term of 5 years. And there are no facts to suggest that an order maintaining Dellinger in the role he occupied would have a disruptive effect on any administrative process. I mean, really? Like, this is the part I didn't like when they brought this up. You're trying to tell me, oh, hey, buddy, we tried to fire you and fucking get rid of you. Oh, and he's going to be an honest engine still. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all. So the minute he gets out of line and starts acting like a hatchet man, are we allowed to smoke him then? Because that's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do. You know that he's going to do that. And it says, if anything, it would be his removal that is disruptive, as he suggests. Notice that. He's saying, well, if you remove me, it'll be disruptive. No. And it says, and while it may be that the government traditionally has wide latitude in dispatching its internal affairs, whether it does or should have that latitude is a question at the heart of the merits. That's fine, but the injury here is not other people can do the job. He is not the only person who could do this job, really. That's the thing. Like, he's not the only guy here that could do this. There are other people who can be special counsel. So the irreparable injury cannot be compared to the loss of income or embarrassment, for which there are remedies that do not involve equitable relief. But putting the guy back into space doesn't work. So, in short, the plaintiff's injury stems directly from extraordinary circumstances. And this is that for the first time, a president has removed special counsel without any cause or explanation. Once again, does he have to be, though? So, we get through all of this. And ultimately, we get to the end here, chat, and they do offer their conclusion about this. And from the date of this order until the court rules on the entry of the injunction, the plaintiff shall continue to serve as OSC, the position he occupied as of Friday, February 7th, when he received the email. The defendants may not deny him access or resources to that office or recognize the authority of any other person as special counsel. So that is where we are here. Oh, Clyde's got his peen machine right there. So this is another thing, chat. This is another assault. This is another thing here. Is this a limit? Once again, we're dealing with the limits on presidential authority and the power, and whether or not you have that. So that is where we are. That is where we are. So we have more here. Yeah, what if he turns out to be a thief and he can't be fired? I know. What if it turns out he's, what if he's doing a lot of things and he can't be fired? Like, that's the thing. And I think that's something there, like, he can't be fired for anything. I mean, malfeasance in office towards what he's doing, but does that malfeasance include if he turns out he's selling secrets to the Russians? What is that malfeasance? Even if they comply with the statute under the order, he can't be fired now. Yeah. And that's the thing. Can he still? Because that's the other thing. Let's say they catch him. Basically, he could do what he wants now. And I will say this is an example of yeah, and Mario, yeah, this is right. Yeah, I'm getting popcorn because this is exactly not how to move strategically. Yes. I think Trump may have not done that 100% right there, but I think ultimately this is going to hurt the independent count or the special counsel's office more than they understand. This is not a good idea. It's not a good idea here. This is not the smart way to handle this. And once again, guys, we're getting back to this problem of they're fucking around and then other people are going to have to find out for them. So anyways, there's going to be a hearing on the request for the injunction on February 26th at 10 a.m. That's going to be whether or not this stays in place. But for now, it's going to stay. And then ultimately signed by Judge Amy Berman Jackson. Guys, you remember her. She's been all part of those greatest hits. One of Obama's greatest appointees so far. So, yeah. So, yeah, it's another poorly written decision, just like the one up in Rhode Island. These judges want to so badly own the Orange Man that they destroy their own credibility to do this. They cook. The Orange Man is so bad. And then they're like, wait, no. But I'm sure this guy who is a buddy of Hunter Biden is surely not going to be a political partisan. I'm sure he's not going to raise hell on the Trump administration. I'm sure that's not going to happen. And I'm sure they already don't have proof of that. So, okay, so Sounding Six says so ordered. To be fair, like that's common in every judicial order. You do that's a normal thing all the time. Judges like, it is so ordered, boop, and then they sign it. That's very common. That's nothing new. That's actually written out that way. That's normal. So we're not going to bag on her for that. There's other things we'll make fun of her for. But we'll make fun of her for other things. And then real quick, chat, we got a couple more things. Shredder, S7, and Debbie O, both you two, dropping 5 subs into the chat out here, making it green. Chat, we are here to pray the gray away. Grays, get moving. Get moving, Grays. We're coming for you. We're coming for you, Grays. Just like you're a globalist. We're coming for you, globalist. You're graybalist. We're coming for the graybalist. That's right, chat. You may not want to think about a graybalist, but we're coming for you and your gray empire. You will no longer be able to control us. And your gray overseers, the gray men, the gray aliens. We're coming for you. We're coming. Shredder, thank you. And Debbie, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. And your generosity. CM Books for $10 saying, if Article 3 just mentions the Supreme Court and all other courts are created by Congress, aren't the other courts on a lower level than nationwide? Yeah, I would argue that. Yes. I would argue that. Yes. They're called inferior courts for a reason. They are inferior. Remember, as I've said before, guys, Congress could abolish the Judiciary Act tomorrow. And every federal judge is out of a fucking job. Every federal courthouse is shuttered. Every federal court will lose jurisdiction, except for the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He is the only constitutionally enumerated and explicitly stated judicial position. Just him. So you want to see all 93, you want to see all the district courts, all the circuit courts, the court, U.S. Court of Appeals, the Court of Claims, all that stuff, just gone. Only John Roberts would survive that. Only John Roberts would survive that. And then you'd have to repass another Judiciary Act to reconstitute all those courts. So yes, you could do it. You could do it. DF88 says, oy vey, Sean, you sound so anti-Semitic. And J-Rock is saying, Sean, the judge's conduct seems frivolous and possibly sanctionable. Oh, I wholly agree. I wholly agree, chat. I wholly agree. And guys, I apologize. We might go through this later, but it's 27 pages. That's a lot of stuff for us to get through tonight. I don't want us to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning because I actually have court in the morning. So my apologies. But like I said, guys, if you're new, we cover this legal stuff. And like I'm waiting for the Trump stuff to come in tranches. Because if we do it every day, there's all other kinds of legal stuff we're covering in addition. So I will say, though, before you get too far, If you are new, we do a least show every Thursday night at 9:30. So we'll do some of these shows throughout the week as the Trump lawfare goes on, but we'll also sum up things that happen on Thursday nights. And guys, we got a lot to talk about already. Art Kelly's appeal out of the Second Circuit came back, and I'm sure you kind of probably have an idea what happened to him, but we'll go over that tomorrow. His appeal got rejected. The Proud Boys lost their ability to make their trademark to a black church. In a hint of irony there. Eric Adams' FARA case is gone. Tor Swats is going to federal prison. Some other things have gone on. We'll be talking about Steel Toe and his case. And then also an interesting law in Washington State where they're trying to put criminal liability on defense attorneys for what their clients do while out on bond. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about, chat. We've got even more things we're going to cover, but that's every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern. So I hope to see you there. Real quick, we'll take that down. And then Jefferson says, what can the Supreme Court do to stop these judges from breaking any faith in the system? Can they start running direct oversight? No, they don't have that ability. Now, what will start happening, though, is if the circuit courts start denying stays, they'll run up to the Supreme Court, ideally, and from there, you think the Supreme Court will get involved, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Eventually, as I've been saying tonight, chat, this is going to come to a loggerhead. And the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court's going to fuck this all up, man. The Supreme Court is going to fuck this all up. That's what's going to happen. So, no, the Supreme Court's going to, it's going to hurt them more than it's going to hurt the lower courts. But they're going to have to do it. And when they do it, it's going to be biblical. You will hear the reeing and screeing all the way up in Canada. There's going to be some guy fishing way up in like Baffin Island, way up there in Nunavut. Some guy up in Yellowknife is going to be sitting there fishing out there in the woods, and he's going to hear the reeing and the screeing from here when the Supreme Court acts. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot in the meantime. And then Mario is a new member. Thank you, Mario, doing your part to join up and fight the gray menace that we have out here. We appreciate another person joining the battle. Yellowknife, Keck. Yes. No, I'm talking about the capital of the Northwest Territories. Although I know they call it something different now. Then there's like Nunavut and all that. The Eskimo territory too and all that. So I don't know if they call it the Northwest Territory anymore. But whatever. I'm doing my part. Yes, I'm doing my part. I need that now. I need that clip from Starship Troopers. I have to do that. Malcolm says, could he be assigned to watch paint dry since he can't be trusted to perform his duties? I don't know. But remember, chat, like I told you, the way Trump could do stuff with the members of the DOJ, who they already fired, who they deemed to be unloyal. They could lock them in a room and say, hey, get your phone out. Here's the Wi-Fi password. Sit here and play Angry Birds till you retire. You ain't working for us. Because, like I said, there are going to be civil service issues. So some of those guys, you can make them do that. Nisanatic saying, make them file a daily status reports. We can put them on a PIP. Put the special counsel on a PIP. That would be the way to do it. We're putting you on a PIP there. That'd be great. Roadkill says the Northwest Territories is still the Northwest Territories. That's good. That's good to know. Make them work the phones. Oh. Make him his TPS reports hourly. Oh, that would be great. Or just have whistleblowers start going in there and fucking with them. Like, hey, I heard Trump is doing this. And then just have them start just fucking doing wild goose chases everywhere. That'd be funny. Did I take Gaza and tariffs off the list for tonight or tomorrow? Because we'll touch on that tomorrow. As far as the Gaza thing goes, we just need to stay the hell out of there. That ain't our problem. Ain't our circus, ain't our monkeys. I mean, I know we gave Israel a lot of bombs and they did a lot of urban redevelopment with those, but that we should not be touching that. We should be staying out of that. Us trying to say, let's send the Palestinians around to other countries. I don't really like that idea because, there's a reason why the Jordanians don't like the Palestinians. There's a reason why Lebanon doesn't like the Palestinians. There's a reason why Egypt doesn't like the Palestinians. They all have the Palestinians, and the Palestinians and the PLO tried to destabilize their governments. There's a reason why Black September, the terrorist group, got its name, is because Black September is referencing to when the Jordanian government cracked down on them and ran them out of town. So, because they tried to overthrow the Jordanian monarchy. Yes, Kuwait ran them out too. Everybody's run them out. Nate says the PLO was involved in Operation Gladio. Well, yeah, kind of, but mainly, the PLO, the Gladio is a commie removing situation. So I give Gladio a pass. They did what they had to do. Send all the Palestinians to Greenland. Oh, interesting. Is it legal for Trump to move forward with his Gaza plan? Well, I mean, it's foreign policy. So yeah, it's in Trump's bailiwick. This is where Congress, they have the power of the purse. They can say, we're not giving you money for it. So, and then Trump can be like, that's all right, I'm a billionaire. And he can be like, Elon, hey, give me $1 billion. I'll throw in $1 billion. And then they'll take care of it. So, I don't think it's a good idea. We should be staying out of it. The whole tariffs thing, I think, is fine. It's an acceptable trade war weapon. A lot of countries have tariffs on us already. Canada has a shitload of tariffs they've had for decades on American goods. And it's funny, you keep hearing tariffs are how you go bankrupt. It's like, how come these other countries don't go bankrupt? They all have tariffs. All kinds of American goods are tariffed. So, why not fuck them back? Apparently Canada did it and it was okay for them, but us not to do it, well, now you'll go broke. Just saying. Just saying, when it comes to the tariffs, I don't like the idea of trade wars. If you can get away with just making trade with your neighbors and nobody has to. I understand. You go back to McKinley, we were tariffing like motherfuckers. I get it. But if we can avoid it, sure. If we can avoid it and keep our economy strong, perfect. But we've had tariffs. That's the WTO was dealing with that. Then before that, you had the GATT. The General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the GATT. It's been something we've been dealing with throughout fucking history. I mean, to just say complete, open, free and unrestricted trade, yeah, it doesn't, it kind of is a problem. It's kind of a problem, chat. So, I don't I do like the idea there. Bella says, to be fair, 1 in 5 Canadians need food help. Yes, I saw the casino talking about that. Yeah, we have agricultural tariffs that have been around for decades. So, American Palestine is inevitable. I don't know if I want American Palestine. I don't know if I want that. Why don't we just spend all that money on Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico's a lot more nicer. And I don't, I'm not in Congress. Remember, chat, if you're not in Congress, the odds of Puerto Ricans wanting to shoot you are pretty much non-existent. So why don't we spend all that Gaza money on Puerto Rico? Make it kind of cool. And Puerto Rico's pretty dope. I'd like to go there at some point. Let's just make it really nice. Let's do that. Let's do that. We don't have to go to Gaza. We got Puerto Rico. Yes, the free trade agreement did not help the Canadian people at all. Generally, it doesn't help you at all if you're a first world country. It helps you if you get cheap shit, but that's kind of where it stops. We're just combating trade wars instead of continuing to be faggots. Well, yeah, there's that too. Roadkill says, I'm a Canadian, and Canada is a 3% tariff on U.S. dairy. Yeah, and that's funny because when you say people saying tariffs are for how you go poor, you're like, but Canada does it. Is you saying Canada's stupid? Canada's had it for a long time. There have been tariffs on U.S. goods everywhere. There's now apparently what country is it? Is removing its tariff to 10% on U.S. cars. That's monstrous. I think, was it the EU or was it China that's doing? No, it wasn't China. It was the EU. It's reducing their tariff on U.S. vehicles to 10% from 25%. Pretty epic stuff, guys. Pretty epic stuff. Tariffs are a trade weapon, and you have to look out for number one. It's America first. If you're in Canada, you should be Canada first. If you're in Belgium, Belgium first. You know, I will say for all you European people out there, I am sorry, you know, and even though Merkel's not in charge anymore, I still call it the Merkel Reich, because it is. It's Angela Merkel's Reich. Now it's you know, you can't really call it the van der Leyen Reich because it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. But yes, I hope you guys smash the EU, but at some point, yeah, maybe you will. EDW Raptor dropping 10 subs in here. 10 green J-Dams. That's right, chat. We're flattening 10 gray apartment buildings. That's right, Grays. Keep running. Keep running, Grays. And then J-Rock. J-Rock gets in here a little bit with 5 more subs. 5 more subs. You guys doing your part out there. Doing your part. Get these H1 green visas, chat. The H1 green visas. Just, we love them. Grays, we're importing greens. We're taking your jobs. We're praying you away. We're taking away every little bit of your life. So just submit. Submit to the green. Submit to green. Convert. It doesn't hurt. You'll enjoy it. I promise. Also, chat, if you are a new member, we generally do on Wednesday nights, we'll hang out and do a member stream. And we probably will coming up next week or maybe over this weekend. We'll do a member stream. We get to hang out. We can watch like body cam videos. There's funny videos, whatever it is. We get to hang out and have a fun time. That's not all serious. And some of you might say, you're not very serious here. It's like, sorry, I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard, chat. Sometimes I have to suffer. So, and then Skeeve Man. Oh, haven't been able to do this in a while. For £5 sterling. But not the King Sterling, because he's a Scotsman. I would never make him suffer that indignity of acknowledging the king, acknowledging the crown. He says, don't mind me, just sitting here in Scotland watching the US lurch from catastrophe to catastrophe. Please join me in chortling in a Scottish accent. Well, I mean, there's haw 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 for the French. There's hway hway hway. There's kek kek kek. How would we do the Scottish one? I don't know. Oi 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 oi. Maybe, but that's almost like Aussie too. So we'd have to have something there. So yeah, Mario, you're saying I'm skeptical of tariffs, but I get them as a foreign policy instrument, and I do too. Like that's the main reason why I'm okay with like going up to these countries saying quit screwing us over. And then they say, okay, we'll bring it down. And these countries are lowering their tariffs. I understand they might not go away all the way, but if we're getting these countries to like cut their tariffs in half, that's a pretty good deal. I'll take it. We got to work where we can. But yeah, that's the thing. We got to do what we can there. Congrats to the new Greens. Yes, congratulations. Europe has had tons of tariffs on use forever. Yes. They're smoking hot broads in Puerto Rico too. Yeah. Ag says Puerto Rico gets hit by hurricanes too much to make it nice. Oh, that's still nice. Bella says, fuck Gaza. They still have American hostages. Well, there's that too. So P-Dub says it'd have been cooler if we kept Cuba. Well, I mean, we can. I mean, there's always a chance to take Cuba back. I mean, that's the thing. If we're going to go down to Panama, we're taking the Canal Zone back and rebuilding Fort Grant, which I didn't know we had based. But hey, we'll stop by Cuba. I mean, we already got a launch pad in Guantanamo Bay, so let's just take Cuba back. Because yes, I have heard the stories. Cuba was the best place to go. And Chad, if you didn't understand, before there was Florida, there was Cuba. And Cuba was the place. Cuba's a million times better than Florida. Okay, it's like Florida without all the swamps and nastiness. Cuba has a phenomenal climate. I would love to go to Cuba. I think it would be amazing. And especially a Cuba that gets caught up with capitalism. Lord child, that would be amazing. If Cuba opened up its doors like that and joined the rest of the Western Hemisphere and destroyed communism, oh my God, Las Vegas would probably crumble. It would be so much cooler than Vegas. Let me tell you what. Oh my God, and the mob would go back down there too. It'd be amazing. But yes, we should get Cuba back. 10KV says Canadians don't ever really see the tariffs come back to them. Yeah. Young is saying, why only 10% on China? I think China had a tariff on U.S. vehicles and they lowered it. Or it was the EU. I forget which one did. They lowered it from 25% to 10%. So it's like, that's a start. Let's see here. We're only 2 minutes behind the chat. I'm trying to catch up to you guys here. Canada must be absorbed. Yeah. Gisato says, you see what had happened was. Oh. Young is saying train Americans. Yes. Hey, anytime you mention the word trains, I'm all for it, chat. I'm really not a foamer, I promise. The Clyde claim is exclusive to Lolcows. Yeah, but 2.0 has been busy and she's working, so she's the one who runs the Clyde cam. So I got to figure out how to set that up for you guys though too here at some point. Yamal says, didn't the UK just vote against it investigating Muslim rape? Yeah, they kind of did. Yeah, just a little bit. Kind of. Yeah. Am I going to be on this week's Flashcast? Don't know. I'll reach out to Flash and find out because he messaged me like at 11 o'clock. And by 11 o'clock, we were already like deep into this bad boy, which, chat, if you have not seen this yet, that is what we were working on this on Friday night and Saturday night. We got it all painted up. And this is the master pattern. I think it looked pretty good as it comes out. And focus, come on. Focus on it. There you go. So, yeah, we got her done. Chat. So, yeah, we were doing that Saturday night, but he messaged me like right before Flashcast started, and I'm like, I didn't see it because we were busy working. So, but I'll reach out to him now and see if we can happen. Trump didn't run the tariffs as an instrument. He ran on protectionism. Yes, but the tariffs are an instrument of protectionism. And I'm fine with protectionism. But if you can limit the tariffs, it's never a bad idea. They're a tool. And if you can limit the use of your tools, it's better because if you overuse them, they get worn out and they're not as effective. So, yes, Trump ran on tariffs as an instrument. He ran on protectionism. I understand. I'm just saying. I do appreciate it, Yamal. I just think that you can use them as an instrument of your protectionism because really the one thing you want to do is promote your own economy and industry growth. I agree. Tim says 100% tariffs on anything we can produce domestically. Business will eventually realize they can make the money by producing it here. Okay. Sure, but I think that needs to be like scaled in because if you try to do it all at once, you'll probably fuck things up. So, Yamal says Haifa is a critical dependency. Oh, yes, we have a little bit of Cuba, but we have a little bit of Cuba. I want a lot of Cuba. The Bad Pigs was not very successful. That's because Kennedy sold them out. And Assalto Brigado Assalto 2506 got sold out by Kennedy because he didn't give them the air support they needed. That was the problem. So I kind of understand why the Cubans don't like JFK. He kind of fucked it all up. So Yamal says you'll take Cuba, but not Gaza. Well, we just liberate Cuba, introduce them to capitalism, and then let them do whatever they want. Makes no sense. Okay, it's a little bit of a joke too, but I would love to see Cuba open up. I'd love to see the communist government there collapse. Cuba's pretty cool. Yes, Justin Hancock says Panama. Gaza's a better climate. Yeah, but I mean, you have to fly all the way there. Cuba's 90 miles from Florida. I want an authentic Cuban sandwich. Well, that would be good too. Especially like a real Cuban sandwich, like from real Cubans, not just people who live in Chicago, which those aren't bad too. Bring back the Cuban casinos, yes. Hemingway also in Ronnie McNutt and the Pan Am stewardesses. Oh, it was a 10% increase. It was already at 25%. Oh, I thought it was a decrease. Bella says, are you aware of the Ohio Carnival guy that won Cuba for Fidel Castro and was executed by him? I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, Fidel turned on a lot of people. And besides, Che, the guy every leftist loves to wear, was read about his views on black people and gay people. It's very interesting. But no, I have not. I'm not aware of that story. I'll have to look that up. So, my dad was stationed in Cuba in the 70s. Cool. Kevin King says the U.S. still have the agreement not to invade Cuba. Well, I don't know. Tim the Tool says, I always found it odd that we own part of Cuba. Well, that goes back to the Spanish-American War. We've had Guantanamo Bay for that long. That was part of us liberating Cuba. Cuba liber. When we buck broke the Spanish crown, we walked up to them in 1898, and we're like, no, you're done now. Monroe Doctrine, bitch. And we just got rid of the Spanish government. Like, nope, Cuba's gone. It's not yours anymore. Philippines, not yours anymore. Suffer, Cuba. Suffer, back to the Canary Islands. And you're like, wait, those are nice. Back to the, well, yeah, so it didn't work out that way. But yes, we've had Cuba since, we've had Guantanamo Bay since the Spanish-American War. So it's been great. It's a great location. It's great real estate. Lando says a motherfucking Cuban sandwich. Yes. Little Havana in Miami has good Cuban food. I know it does. I will say, you get some like good coffee is Cuban coffee. Man, that stuff is jet fuel. Tenoch says, also the people in Cuba aren't all Hamas sympathizers that hate you. That's true as well. Fidel Castro was white. Yes, he was a very he was like Castilian Hispanic, not like any of the mestizo blends of people. He was white Spanish. So Che Guevara was also white. Yes, and he was also very aristocratic. Yes, it's a coaling station, yes, for the Great White Fleet in a strategic location. Javier Milei is white. Yes, but the Argentinians, that's kind of a thing in Argentina. And I'm not even making a Nazi joke. That's just a thing in Argentina. So, what is Cuban food? Plantains? No, there's Cuban food is like, Cuban cuisine is actually a thing. It's pretty good. Marlene says, per ChatGPT, Cuba is the clear winner over Gaza for vacation enjoyment. Yes. Fidel Castro was also Justin Trudeau's dad. Allegedly, yes. Allegedly. Yes. Benjamin Flanken said only the English and Saxons are white. Well, that's true. Yes. Germans and Swedish were swarthy. Yes. And the Irish were not white. And the Italians definitely weren't white to somebody like Ben Franklin. That's not a surprise at all. So, Lily Lynn is saying, do I trust Tulsi Gabbard? No. I mean, I'll say it like this. If she wasn't that trustworthy, why did she still have a security clearance in the military? Why didn't they drum her out? And that kind of tells you some things. More importantly, the intelligence community fears her, and that's good enough for me. If all the glowies are afraid of her, if all the spooks are afraid of Tulsi Gabbard, that's great. Same thing for Kash Patel. Every FBI agent is scared of him. Good. Everybody in the CIA doesn't like John Radcliffe. That's what I want. I want that. That's where you got to start when you're dealing with the glowies. Who do they hate? Okay, can we put them in power? Mario says, I approve of this analysis. Don't worry, there's a lot of analysis that's been done over the years here on this channel. 10KB says my dad spoke Saxon. And that is the cool thing. There are languages out there like that. You know, there's all kinds of those besides Saxon. There's especially when you like the language the Angles and the Saxons both spoke, and then all those things prior to the Norman invasion were kind of cool. I like Tulsi because of the white hair. No, that's not it. That's not it. Culpercast is saying, yeah, hate them. You want them to hate you. That's the point. Yes, exactly. Bella's saying she's part of a cult. Yeah, the Hare Krishna thing. Yeah, I get that. Okay, and if she turns out to be crazy, then we'll get rid of her. But in the meantime, if she's frustrating the glowies, that's a good enough thing for me for now. But if she becomes a loon, we'll get rid of her. But like that's we'll deal with that when we get to that bridge. But never forget that she's a burning bro. Oh, I'm not saying she's based. Like guys, you've seen my comments on Twitter when there's a picture of her shooting a rifle and she's in yoga pants and all those guys are like beating off to it. It's like, come on now. You guys need to remember who this woman is. But right now she's got a use, just like RFK. RFK is a lunatic on a lot of things outside of the health sector. I would not ever want him to touch. But the fact the big pharma and half of the Senate lost their goddamn minds when this guy who was previously on their side is now not on their side on just like one issue, basic, just health related issues. That's enough for me. Let him in there. Let him cook. Let him see what happens. Let's see what he can do. He can't even remember at his hearing, we watched part of his hearing, Medicaid and Medicare, the Indian Health Service, everything is so fucked up. He can't really make it any worse. Let him try. Let him see what he can do. If he fucks it up, oh well, then we'll, it's like Ave says, you fuck it up, you can't fuck it up anymore that's already fucked up. Can't fuck it up any worse than what it is. Let him try. Let him try. So, yeah. Cuba Libre, yes. Yes, definitely not to Italians. We've only been white for the 20th century. I agree. Yes. There's a subset of people who speak ancient English in the Netherlands. Cool. And then there's people who speak like the Flemish language that's still out there. And then there's all kinds of those languages that out there people still speak. Do you think it's Curse of the White Hair? It's why do we think we watch you? Thanks. Garrett Pace says Krishna, she doesn't eat meat. I don't know, but she's involved in some weird Hare Krishna thing, which I will tell you, I didn't know this at the time, but in America chat, if you go out to Wheeling, West Virginia, that's like a big Hare Krishna area. They have like a temple there. And like people got killed and all kinds of shit. Like it was like very culty for a minute. And I didn't know that because I started working when I was doing the oil work when I got out of law school. We saw I was down there and I was doing work at the firm one day and it was a nice day out and I went and walked down the street to get lunch and you walked and I'm like, it was 10 years ago, guys. It was actually 12 years ago now. So things have changed. Things have changed a little bit. I walked and I saw these Hare Krishna dudes getting off a bus and waiting for a ride. And I'm like, what's going on here? And one of the guys who had been there for a while was like, oh yeah, there's like a big Hare Krishna thing here. I was like, never would have thought of it. Never would have thought in Wheeling, West Virginia, but they are there. Jim is saying, Jim, how you doing, man? Saying, what's my take on the material witness warrants for Gino and Keanu? I mean, I didn't think they were going to do that, but remember, I guess it makes sense at the end of the day. They put out that county put out a warrant for Ethan Ralph for jerking around in court, like, just recording court like that, which I thought was fucking ridiculous. So, I mean, they're probably valid. If I was Gino and Keanu, I'd still probably fight them if they want to. Why do I call them Gino? Gino and Keanu, they have the right to quash a subpoena, and they could do that in New Jersey. They could try it. They'll probably lose. But I love how it's the idea is they'll get reimbursed, not we'll pay for you to come out. Getting reimbursed, like, yeah, I don't like that part. But I'm just saying, as far as it's concerned, when I did prosecuting work for a little while that I did it, we would get like I could see us doing this theoretically, but for some revenge porn case where like it's only like it's not a murder or it's not some like something fucking crazy. Like the one office I worked in, they were just like we were finishing up dealing with a kid who shot up the school. He didn't kill anybody, thank God. That's why nobody really ever heard about it outside the area. But a kid shot up a school. And like I could imagine if somebody had left town in that situation, we would have done one of these out of state subpoenas. But just for like something like this I'm fucking surprised they're going to all this work. I'm just saying that. So, like I said, I'm willing to be wrong, and when I'm wrong, I'll be wrong on it. Like I just didn't expect that to happen like that. So, Culper's saying I've never seen her preach about her Christian stuff, so she's not really culty. That doesn't mean you're not culty, but yeah, whatever. Panzer Dude says Bernie used to not be a tard. No, Bernie always was a tard. Bernie's always looking. He's always been a sellout. Bernie's always looking for a grift. He's been grifting every chance he's got. So you got to be careful. Real Big Fish wrote that song about Bernie and they never realized it. They were ahead of their time. So J-Rock says, hey now, Sean, that was a nice picture. Well, I am full of wisdom, among other things. Well, if you call this wisdom. Oh, and the Krishna thing? No, it wasn't a human sacrifice. There was like I think it was like somebody was trying to leave the group and like other people, like something happened where like 2 or 3 people got killed. It wasn't a sacrifice thing. William Wallace says, I'm Anubis Ash on Twitch. Well, thank you. Because we see those, it says 276 people on Twitter, but I know they're all ghost. Except for you now. You're a real boy. You're the real boy. It's the Palace of Gold. That's the name of the place. J-Rock is saying, yes, they didn't issue warrants for Gino and Keanu. They issued subpoenas. And through, just like how in civil cases, you can issue subpoenas to out-of-state people through uniform subpoena acts, you could do it in a criminal case as well. So they're asking for it. So the killings were drug related. Okay, I didn't know. I thought they were something else. I don't remember too much about it. So it's just not a regular Krishna thing. Okay. They declared them both material witnesses, which implies they will. I don't think, well, because they asked for a subpoena. If they asked and I don't know, and this is the part where I'll defer, because normally you would only do the material witness warrant if you know they're not going to be there. Now, yes, Keanu was retarded enough to say, I'm not going to be there. Now, the idea, though, you are going to get an arrest warrant for somebody about, like, from New Jersey to, this is where I think that might be a stretch on things. So Google Maps and here, we'll do this real quick. We'll bring this up. Share screen. We're going to do St. Cloud, Minnesota. Okay. And we're going to do directions to, they live outside of New York City. We'll just use New York. Okay. So here we go. That is 1,200 miles to St. Cloud, Minnesota. Also, if they got arrested, they drive right through. So I'd stand on the side of the road and wave at them as they went by on I-90. But the idea that you would make, like, you're going to force those people, you're going to get an arrest warrant, you're going to get a material witness warrant for them. I don't think so. They were labeled material witnesses for the purposes of, judge, they're critical to our case or material witness. We want to issue the subpoena. Please give us the authority to then go file the subpoena in New York and have it served on them. Which, that's fine. I get that. But the idea that they would then get the right to get, like, if they don't show up and then get a material witness warrant, That's kind of like because once again, what's this one for? Now, I will say Keanu was really fucking retarded to say on her stream, well, we ain't fucking coming. I would have just, I can't tell people to blow off a subpoena anyway. I would never advocate for that as an officer of the court. I can't do that. I can tell you that as an officer of the court, you should obey court orders. But in that situation, them getting it, I don't know if you're going to get a material witness warrant. I mean, hell, I've had cases where, like, I know the guy's somewhere in the same county, like 15 minutes away. Judge, can we get a material witness warrant? No, fuck off. Let's go to trial. Like there are times where you don't get those. So the idea you could just get these kind of willy-nilly in Minnesota, wow. That's a surprise to me. But, there just aren't tons of those. I mean, even in the YSL trial, a guy got a material witness warrant, but he was like in the area. I don't see them getting a material witness warrant. But you know what? I was wrong they were going to do anything about Ethan Ralph. So I could easily be wrong on that one too. Well, it was good to see you, Jim. Hope you're doing well, man. Let's see here. Play the Alyssa clip of Nick harassing Keanu. I didn't watch it yet. No, because I don't want to, he doesn't need platforming like that. I know what you're saying, Bella, but he doesn't need to be platformed like that. He doesn't need the platforming. If he wants to be on a stream, he should do a stream. That's how that should work. If he wants to go do a stream, he should do a stream. I'm not going to put him on my stream. So you can find me, chat. You can meet up at my house. Yeah, that's not going to work there. Jim, I don't disagree with you. That would be a hilarious outcome. That, like, I never want to see people get arrested, but yes, for the way this whole cavalcade of like clowns has gone, to see like those two get arrested and shrug interstate to like deal with this like a forced 20-hour car ride, that would be funny. Like, yes, that would be hilarious in the sense of like content and the whole thing, but for people to really get arrested, that would be shitty. But yes, the idea of it is hilarious. I don't disagree with you. It is making me chuckle now just thinking about it. So. Yes, Nick could go on his burner Reddit account. Yes, he could. Yes, he could. So, and Yamal, I just want to answer this again. Yeah, like I said, I want us to protect U.S. industry and the U.S. economy, because you got to be America first. Because nobody else, you got to look out for number one, because no one else is going to look out for number one but yourself. As somebody told me when I was a youngster, got to look out for number one. The Amateur Iconoclast gifted 5 subs, chat. J-Rock gifted 5 more. And EDW Raptor coming in hot off the press, coming in clutch, chat, with 5 more subs himself. 15 subs out there, chat, making this chat green, doing their thing out there, chat, making this green. Making it green, chat. Making it green, sharing the love with everybody out there, sharing the love. And each one of you guys, thank you so much for your support and your generosity. And where is, tomorrow night, somebody sent me a package, and I picked it up. I have not opened it yet. Somebody sent me some fan mail. It's not ticking, so sadly, chat, I will, if you're hoping I wouldn't be here after I open it up tomorrow night, I'll probably still be here, but I have not opened it yet. We'll see what it is. Is it going to be as good as the Choo Choo Train Aroma Air Mister? I don't know, but we are going to set that up, so I'll take pictures of it. But guys, when you send something, please send in put a note with it. When you do the Amazon thing, have a note attached so I know who it comes from. Because if I don't, I can't tell you, like, unless you DM me and you're like, kind of like somebody said, like, hey, Sean, the helicopter model's coming in. Like, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, that's great. I'm all for that. Just so I know. Thank you. And then, like, are you cool with me telling you who you are? I understand for some of you, though, you're like, I don't want him to know. Like, but it kind of takes the fun out of it. So just tell me who it is. I'm never going to like, if you guys send me something, I'll open it. If it's something I can really use, I'll use it. But if you send me something clearly obnoxious, obviously there's only so much I can do anyway. So Anubis saying, I'm glad you got your Twitter accounts back. I got the LawTube Sean one, the Lifeboat one. The Potentially Criminal is still not back, but we're working on it. We got one back, chat. We got one thus far. That's what matters. That's what matters. Let's see here. See if there's any other updates to things. Yeah, let's see here. Just double check. There's nothing else. Oh, Lord. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. So this came from Mario, I hope you're there because this is okay. Well, remember I told you, chat, fucking around the court's going to cause problems. So this is from the Solicitor General, his office. D. John Sauer, if you guys remember him, famous for representing Trump in the courts from the Supreme Court. This is his office doing it. Notifying the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dick Durbin, from the great state of Illinois. Full buddy. Regarding the restrictions on the removal of certain principal officers in the United States. Oh. Okay. Pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 530, I'm writing to advise you the DOJ has determined certain for-cause removal provisions that apply to members of multi-member regulatory commissions like the NLRB, the FCC, the SEC, are unconstitutional, and the DOJ will no longer defend their constitutionality. Wow. Ah. Wow. Whoa. I mean, chat, if you ever wanted to you know what he basically just doing right there? D. John Sauer and his lackeys just grabbed a handful of rounds. Just grabbed a handful of rifle rounds. It just went like this. Click. By the way, here's what we're going to do. They're going to war. They're going to war, chat. Oh, Durbin's 100% as bad as Blumenthal. And real quick, just a little for good measure. Wow. Wow, chat. Specifically, the department has determined the statutory tenure protections for, and I didn't even get this far reading a chat, but the Federal Trade Commission, the NLRB, I was just saying them. The NLRB is a big one. And members of the Consumer Product Safety Commission are unconstitutional. And I'm assuming it's not stopping there. It's not just them, but I'm assuming as examples. Yes, this is firing for effect. This is a JDAM, chat that just skadoosh right into the middle of everything. I will say this idea of Trump just basically like Bavarianskrieging, because that's the real name. It's not Blitzkrieg. It's Bavarianskrieg. Just like assaulting on every front. It's keeping people off kilter. I'm telling you, man. Man, he's yeah. So, anyways, the Stargate will self-destruct in 10 seconds, 10 minutes. Yes, it's going to. So, anyways, in Myers v. United States, Supreme Court recognized that Article 2 gives the president unrestricted power of removing executive offices who had been appointed him with the advice and consent of the Senate. In Humphrey's executor, the Supreme Court created a rule They say Congress may forbid removal except for cause of members of the FTC on the ground that it exercised quasi-legislative and quasi-judicial powers, and thus could be required to act in discharge of duties independently of executive control. Statutory tender protections for the members of a variety of agencies, and okay, he answered my question, a variety of agencies, including, but that also means not limited to, the FTC, the NLRB, and the CPSC rely on that exception. God, chat, they're going all the way. Trump 1 says, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's this? This is Trump established. This is the unitary executive theory. This is Trump saying, I'm in charge. This is huge. This is huge. This is huge. Basically, he's saying any board, any executive agency that has a board, so the FTC, the NLRB, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the SEC has a board. It's got a commissioner and they got board members. The FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, chat, all those groups, Trump is arguing, I can fucking fire them all. And you can't do shit about it. This is a declaration of war. This is clear. Like we're Amtrak has a board. Yep. All these groups, and there's all kinds of organizations. Yeah. I'm just saying, chat. It's kind of like John Wick. Trump has basically answered the question. People keep asking me if I'm back. Yeah, I think I'm back. He is so back, chat. Wow. Man, I honestly, in kind of hindsight, maybe fucking with him in the 2020 election and maybe they should have stopped all those mail-in ballots that kind of watered down the system. Maybe they should have let Trump just run. If they would have let Trump just run in 2020 when he was still making shitty personnel decisions and basically cucked himself because of Jared and Ivanka speaking in his ear, that probably would have been better for you guys out there on the left if you just let that happen. That probably would have been better. But you gave him 4 years to ruminate and hate and plot. Chat, this was already set in motion. This wasn't just somebody sitting around throwing pencils at the ceiling saying, hey, I got an idea. This has been planned. Yes, Mario's right. The unitary executive is not just going to be scholarly anymore. We're doing it. We're doing it live, chat. We're going to do it live. Yeah, it's no longer a law review article. We're doing it live. Oh, this was put in motion 35 years ago. Yes. And that's something true, chat. If you go through people who have talked about various kind of things, Obama's even done this. He did his whole, I've got a phone and a pen. The largesse of the executive going to do whatever the hell it wants, that's been going on for a long time. But we're now seeing that manifestation of it. So this isn't just Trump coming up with an idea. This is, going back to Youngstown Steel, chat, where Truman commandeered a steel mill. We're to that point. We're to that point. We're going all the way. Whew. Oh. Yeah, absolutely, yes. The 4 years the emperor planned, yes. For 4 years, he planned as he was assaulted from all sides. The emperor of mankind stayed in the shadows. And then when the time is right, he reemerged. This is basically one of those. This is kind of like the House of the 47 Ronin. They spent their time plotting and practicing and planning their revenge. And now Trump is like, from hell's heart I stab at thee. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, you're fired. Yes, you're all fired. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, they sent him into the wilderness. And he came back. This is like Aeneas. Actually, we'll go back to the Iliad chat as we started. See, I can circle back. The Aeneid chat, Virgil wrote it. It's basically the Romans kind of ripping off the Trojans or their ancestors, but that's something besides Romulus and Remulus, the whole thing but they also kind of tried to shoehorn in we are the rightful descendants of the Trojans. So Aeneas brought his people to Rome, where Rome became to Italy. Yeah, we're coming all the way back, chat, to the wilderness. They are returning. Wow. Trump is a lot like Moses, kind of. Trump didn't plan, the Heritage Group did. Yeah, but you know what? Trump is going along with it. So whoever did the planning, somebody's been planning. Now, is this going to backfire? Who knows? Who knows? But guys, we are going to have a fucking showdown. We're going to have the Supreme Court's going to have to decide on the unitary executive theory. If it's not just the injunctions, it's Trump doing this. We are going to have the fight. The fight will be had. Everybody's showing up. And DiBiase was way better than Virgil. No, stop with that. And as people are saying, it's oh my God, chat. Oh my God. This is something else here. Oh, I want this entire administration to be a spaghetti Western. I know, chat. That's what it's turned into, but I have the Iliad. Homer was a bit nondescript for an 800-page book. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's a showdown, though, chat. Although, where was it? I just looked. Somebody made their comments. The $1 Million Man was way better than Virgil. Well, stop. So. Although it's funny when people are talking about Project 2025, and I'm like, I saw, as somebody put it on the farms, it's like, look, lady, I bought all the 2025 stock I could buy. You can't sell me on it anymore. I'm all in. I've already pushed my chips in the middle of the table. All right, but let's keep going here, chat. Let's keep going. 10 Speeches is also a good book. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But in reality, chat, if you get any of those little kind of ones, it's like, 10, 15 Greek plays, never bad to read them. Never bad to read them. It's good for you. It's good for your soul. It's good for your intellect to read the Greeks. Read some Aeschylus. Read some Aristophanes. You'll do well. It'll do you well. It'll do you good. So anyways, the DOJ has concluded those tenure protections are unconstitutional. The Supreme Court has made clear the holding of Humphreys embodies a narrow exception to the unrestricted removal power the president has generally had. And he says the outermost limit of permissible congressional restrictions on the president's authority to remove such officers, citing SELA law. Further, the Supreme Court has held the holding of Humphreys applies only to administrative bodies that do not exercise substantial executive power. The Supreme Court also explained Humphreys appears to have been misapprehended the powers of the New Deal era Federal Trade Commission and misclassified those powers primarily legislative and judicial. So not only that, he's saying you got it wrong. The Supreme Court got it wrong. So we're going to just just a little bit of erasing there. Oh boy, chat. He says the exception recognized in Humphreys does not fit the principal officers who had regulatory commissions noted above. And as presently constituted, those commissions exercise substantial power through the promulgating of binding rules and unilaterally issuing final decisions in administrative adjudications, which they do. They 100% do that. They do a lot, chat. To the extent Humphreys requires otherwise, the department intends to urge the Supreme Court to overrule that decision, which prevents the president from adequately supervising the officers of the executive branch who execute the laws on the president's behalf and have already been severely eroded by recent Supreme Court decisions, see SELA law, and the free entrance fund. Wow, chat. Interesting times indeed. Interesting times. Please let me know if I could be of any further assistance in this matter. Sincerely, Sarah Harris, Acting Solicitor General. Based. Based. Based.
Was this story based? Yes.
Whoa. Hold on to your assholes, chat. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. That's a whoa, buddy moment. I don't know what is, guys. I don't know what is a whoa, buddy moment if that's not it. Oh. Mark says, I love the SIG. Yeah, that's better than my signature, but that's a pretty good one. CNN headline, is there anyone that Trump can't fire? We'll find out. We'll find out. He's going to try. He's going to go for the high score, chat. He's going to go for the high score. Woo. Hereticus getting no love? Well, I mean, hold on here. Hold on, chat. Let me grab the book. I've brought it out before. Let me grab it. Let's see here. Who do we got? Still got the bookstore stickers on it. What are the plays in this one? This is a good one. What do I got in here? We got Aeschylus. You got Prometheus, obviously. Agamemnon, another very good one. If you guys have never read Agamemnon, it's fucking awesome. Because obviously Agamemnon does not, in Troy, when Brad Pitt does not kill Agamemnon, okay? Agamemnon get got, but not at that point. Read the play Agamemnon. It's very good. Sophocles, you got Antigone, Oedipus, Philoctetes, you got Euripides, Alcestis, which is, I think, actually a very good play. I actually like that one the most because we had to read all through these in the class I took in college. Alcestis is a very good one by Euripides. You got the Bacchae, and then you got Aristophanes doing the Lysistrata. So there's a lot of good ones out there, chat. There's other ones out there too, but those are pretty good ones. Those are pretty good ones to get. Culture yourself out there, chat. Get cultured a little bit. Get the classics. Malcolm Combs, been a member for 10 months. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for being here. He says, my TISM focused on the cars. What does this mean? Trump is saying, I am in charge. Congress can't tell me what to do with these commissions. He says, I can hire and fire whoever the hell I want. The unitary executive, all encompassing, all powerful. That's what he's saying. He's saying, look at me. I am the captain now. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I am the captain here. So that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's going to go for the high score. Yeah. Yeah. My reading ASMR. What is that? My reactions to it, or when I'm reading, it's like ASMR, because that's interesting. Is this actually a 2025 thing in action, or is Trump doing his own thing? I mean, it's not really Project 2025. He's doing stuff a lot of people on the right really want to do. Although, to be fair, there's a lot of people on the left who wanted to do this stuff too. If you guys remember when Obama took power, there was a guy named Cass Sunstein, a very prominent constitutional law scholar. He really helped orchestrate and build kind of the Obama administration and advise them at the beginning. He was a special advisor to Obama, really helped Obama flourish with the whole expansion of executive power and really kind of fleshing it out. So like Mario mentioned, this is since World War II. This has been since Youngstown Steel, when Trump seized the steel, or Truman seized the steel mill that was on strike during the Korean War in Youngstown. You know, that it's been going on for that long, even longer, really. But really since post-World War II. So, I like Sean doing book talk. Well, I've done it a couple other nights where we talked about, like, with the whole EU thing, where we talked about, you know, the European Dream and Flashpoints being the two books where it's hilarious to see the hubris of the European community circa, like, 2005 and where they're at now. It's like, suffer. Suffer, Europeans. Is it bad that I was listening to this from afar and you thought I was naming people's names in the YSL trials? Yeah. YSL Agamemnon or ASAP Agamemnon. Oh. Obama's first term was about the nudge. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Marlene says, I would listen to Sean read ASMR, especially if he used the voice that he said, Daddy. And you want me to read? Like, do I have to read in that voice? Like a read from Euripides? It's like, I, who have seen my Hector slaughter drawn about, at chariot wheels and Ilium burning, piteous sights. And I, a slave, went down to board the Argive ship, dragged by the hair. And when I came to Phoena's land, to Hector's murderer became a wedded bride. Why that is life, sweet? To what must I look ahead? So that's Andromedy talking with Menelaus, but there you go. There you go. There. Bella's for 13 months saying, read the bull from the sea and the king must be deleted. I have heard of those, yes. Yes. Yamal says the post-war era is finally over. I do agree with that. I hate that shit. Like Fukuyama and the end of history. No, history still goes on. We are not at the end of history. That, like, one of the most cancerous people ever was him. Like, the postmodernists and all that stuff don't like, but Fukuyama was the worst. People thinking like the end of history. No, like, we're not at the end of humanity's thing. Like, the story has just begun. So, and Bella, thank you for being here for 13 months as a member, but appreciate all you guys being here for as long as you have. Yes, the executive powers shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. The idea is that all executive power is there and no executive power can be beyond a president. Yes. And it's hard to argue with that. Guys, it's like we talked about with the pardon power. We've had this discussion before. All it says in the pardons is you can't pardon an impeachment. So what does that mean? You can pardon everything else. That's why we had that discussion with Hunter and the Joe Biden pardons and now the Trump pardons. You can pardon anybody. Like, you can do a pardon pretty much how you want. There's no real limit on it. You know, the OLC really can't limit it. Tenox says, do you have a new segment where you open blind mail the chat sends you? I mean, yeah, when people send me like stuff into my PO box, which should be down below, yeah, I open it on stream. I mean, if I don't want to show it, I won't show it, but I generally show everything. I mean, because it's you guys are hilarious. So, yeah. Social Greek tragedy. Yes. Teasatarian says, yes, keep going. You need a lot of practice. Well, if I was like in the right mindset, but you have to read them in a certain way. You got to have a certain, pacing, intense, and all that. So, yes. I'm reading a Southern plantation owner's voice. No. Oh. Rocco's in. He wants to we'll do the classics. We can read Antigone, but we need people like, who's going to be the chorus? Somebody has to play it. I can't play all the roles. Sounded like Christopher Walken there. Oh, Romeo. How thou Romeo. That'd be great having Christopher Walken be Christopher Walken be Juliet. That'd be hilarious. Clyde could be the chorus, yes. It's Antigone. I know. It's not Antigone. It's Antigone. Antigone. If you're Antigone, does that mean you're present? Because I'm the Antigone. That means I'm present. Antigone. Oh. Yes, YSL Antigone, yes. Or ASAP Antigone. So Scan patches for air tags before taking them home. Lock the picking lawyer found one in the package at the post office. I don't have an iPhone, so I guess I'll open everything there. I'll keep that in mind. So, Mario's saying, yeah, and the clause was a reaction to the flaws of the Articles of Confederation. Yes, it was. Yes, even though you're an Article 5 free inhabitant. Oh. So I'll keep that in mind, though, JC. I didn't even think about that. But if somebody really wants to figure out where I'm living, I'm like, you find out where I'm living, you come to my house, you mind yourself because, great, big fat guy, big fat couch. You cause problems, I'll make sure you pay the fucking price. Are you willing to pay the price? I think there's a cost attached. So. Okay. So, let's see here. Oh, God, we got some more things to get to here. Barton Bella gifted 5 subs. An unhung hero dropped 10 more. Just going wild in the streets, chat. Unhung hero, it's good to see you, man. It's been a little while. Just showing up, chat. Everybody's showing up. Everybody's rolling deep tonight to get rid of the Grays. We're just getting it done. We're just getting it done, chat. This is Trump's America now. We're feeling it. We're feeling it. We're going all the way, chat. All the way. Oh, always be carrying. Yes. Yes. When did Sean open the choo-choo train? Well, 2.0, we have it. I got to help 2.0. We got to set it up. But is that you? Did you get that for me? Did you get me the Mr. Train? The Articles of Confederation were based. Yeah, we would have looked like Somalia if the Articles of Confederation were still around, which I know some of you are thinking, well, that's really based. I don't think that's based. Like, there's a compromise between Somalia and like the other end of the spectrum. So, Yamal says, who knew the district court stuff would be a good stream? Remember, chat, we talk about, it's not, the law I talk about, a lot of the law is the same thing again and again and again. It's the parties in the story that make the law interesting, and how they're applying it makes it interesting. And their motivations are the interesting parts. The law itself really isn't. It's just how it ends up working is what really makes it interesting. So we talk about these gun cases. We talk about like those basic bitches on Instagram suing each other for stealing their vibes for like the lifestyle stuff they're doing. It's not about, copyright. That's boring as shit. But it's about how copyright's being used and what they're trying to do. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes the stuff fun, guys. That's why I like doing it. That's why I like doing it. So, no compromise. Yes. This is MAGA country. Joe Strickland says, what scale is the train? It's not like a train. Hold on. Where is? Let me see where it's at. It's sitting right here. Where is it, chat? Okay. This is it. And I forget what night. I think nobody's watching the ASAP Rocky trial. So, I mean, I understand, guys. By the way, we have one more day of that tomorrow. ASAP Rocky finishes up tomorrow. We'll watch that before the 9:30 show. If you guys haven't know anything about the ASAP Rocky trial, it's really interesting because it's like rappers having a gunfight, but it involves a fake gun. It's like it's very fake. But ASAP Rocky's looking at 20 years in prison. Anyways, apparently Kimbo sent this to me. It's a train diffuser for aromas. So it's not like a train. I don't think it's really scaled at all either. So we got to set it up. And when I set it up, we'll make sure you see it. So Yamal says Sean said it would be good. I thought it was going to be good. I thought the trial was going to be good. It's so interesting, like the parties in it and just like what's at stake here and how good, like overall, I thought it was a very good trial. The problem is that the prosecution killed it by being like awful and spending 4 hours like cross-examining a guy. So, yeah. There are way too many people upset the government spending being audited. Did you see the EFF suing Doge? The EFF said, hell to the break. How you doing, by the way? Thank you for being here. No, I was not aware of the EFF suing, but the EFF has kind of been a skinwalker. It's been a skin suit that the EFF sold out a long time ago. Why are they suing Doge? And chat, the other night, I mentioned this, talking about Doge and how they're getting their power. There's actually kind of it's funny because somebody on 4chan put a good breakdown of it. And we're going to explain why Doge is what it's doing and ultimately why the United States Doge Service, the USDS, it's all Obama's fault. Think about it, chat. If we never got Obamacare, there would have been no opportunity for Doge to exist. So there's a silver lining to Obamacare. Doge ended up, the framework for Doge exists. So, you got to take what you get, I guess. Nothing like 15 years down the road. That's a long play. So, but anyways, thank you for being here. Held on the break. Trump about to give those judges the tush push. Oh, you have no idea. Tim the Tool says, I tried watching and there's too much ebonics. Oh, it's not that bad. You think that's bad? The YSL trial, like, that one's tough at times. If you're not familiar with the lingo. But, I mean, you think that's bad, dude? Oh, it's easy. Bibliophile gifted 5 subs. Let's go, chat. Let's go. And guys, oh God, it's almost midnight. We got to wrap up. I got to go to court in the morning. So I can't do it. Yamal says, Sean, read my thing. What thing? What thing did you? Yes, I read it. You said it'd be good. I think that's what you meant. So if it derails, do you have a toxic spill? No. Oh, you're saying I love the U.S. District Court coverage. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad you guys liked it. And we're going to keep going from here, chat. This is what it is. It's like in 13 days when, if you guys watch that, where McNamara is telling the general, it's Kennedy and Khrushchev. They're talking when the ships and planes are moving. We're seeing it now, chat. Like this is like a battlefield is being prepared. It's kind of like back in the day of like Alexander the Great when he fought at Gaugamela. They leveled the battlefield so that Darius could send his chariots out. They cleared it. His troops cleared the field. Like we're getting to that point. Like the stage is being set. There's going to be an ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. There's going to be some serious stuff going down here. But yes, watching these courts lose their minds and watching them just burn their political capital away for no reason. So, Mario says they don't know how to cross. Yes. If you've been watching that too, it's great. They don't know what they're like. They really, and it's funny because, and I don't know if you watched the whole time I've been talking about it. The prosecutors are stumbling through the weeds and they hit like really good points, but then they bury it for 2 hours with obnoxious stuff. So I think part of the thing is the jury's checked out. They've checked out. So the EFF are a disappointment. Yes. Not the South African EFF. Those guys are horrible too. The Economic Freedom Fighters, no. The Electronic Freedom Foundation. So if I get to 25K again, will I do a 24-hour stream? Yeah, chat, that's the thing. YouTube kind of jerked me around, but they did this when I got to 15K. I hovered there for a while and was like up and down, kind of in, kind of out. Yeah, it is what it is. But it's just frustrating because you're like, why can't I stay about 25,000 subs? Like now I'm 24,993. It's like, no, it's going down, chat. It's going down, but I still have the email from YouTube saying congrats on your 25K, but I'm losing it. Oh. Elder Break says I'm doing well. The EFF is suing for a privacy reason. Yeah, but they passed up on other groups and like they won't help the farms. They won't help a lot of causes nowadays. They're getting very political, like the ACLU. So there we go. Yes, to allow receiving a gift sub, click the join button, click the 3 dots on top, and right-click the gift settings. Yes, if you want to be able to receive the gift subscriptions, guys. So, best wishes, Mario. We'll be in touch, man. I'll get a hold of you. We need to talk. I know you said this week we get in touch, so we'll do that. Oh, this is a sea of green content foam. Yes. What county is your court in? I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you where I'm at tomorrow. You're gonna have to find me some. You're gonna have to find me. I got 2 25-hour streams. No. Yes, you should leave a lot of your best arguments for the end or end on a strong note. That's a very common cross. Very direct, good for any sort of examination of a witness. You have to. But these guys ruined it. They pissed away all the good. Like, I even commented, there's a lot of things that they ended on. I think the jury would convict without a doubt. The meter is like, I'm very close to like, I don't think, I probably hung jury now. They've screwed it up. So, how many subs for me to straighten the panel behind Trump? I got to get back to 25K for that. How about that? I'll fix it tonight. So, let me see here. Oh, Kenny Ohi, yeah. So, all right, chat. So that is it for tonight. Like I said, the battle is not over. The battle, this has just begun, chat. So we'll see what happens. Tomorrow night, 9:30, guys, we are doing the live show, the weekly show. It's going to be great. And then tomorrow, 6 o'clock, we will do closing arguments in the ASAP Rocky trial. They shouldn't take that long. The jury instructions are done. The jury will have it from there. I don't think it's going to take them that long to come back. I think it's going to be hung. I think it's going to be a hung jury. I don't see him convicted him. I don't know if I think the prosecutors lost that. Them and Relly lost the case, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Is it in Licking County? No. That's like 3 hours away from me. I'm not going to Licking County. So, yes, click the like for you guys if you're new. Please give me a like and a subscribe. I would appreciate it. Just give the algorithm what's up there. And then, chat, remember, until next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Unless you're wanting to basically do the unitary executive theory, which in that case, yeah, they're 100% doing it. They're going all the way, chat. They are going all the way, chat. So good night, you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney.